So as you may or may not have noticed, we've cheated in visibility here. And obviously we're going to restart everything. I want you to understand and appreciate this mission. So we start off with this. It's 4 probes, 6 zealots, 2 dragoons, 2 hero units, 1 arbiter. We go up against everything else. Now, they're not super well entrenched at the beginning. But they're all active, and they're all building, and they're all attacking. And even if you ignore everything else, that is 3 sides and 6 bases which we're going up against for the course of this mission. All of them are cranked pretty high up because obviously those are actually cerebrates. So like there's, so there it is. So there's like a cerebrate right there, right? This is not the final mission. This is the second to last mission. Yeah, we're going up against white, brown, and red. So this sucker is mean. This is one of the very few... You notice they're already massing for an attack, by the way. This is one of the very, very few missions which really benefits from just walking in and hitmanning it for a while to figure out what you're doing. Because walking into this blind...
In Taro Adun, Executor. My gratitude to you for having secured my release knows no bounds.
It's almost like you shouldn't have surrendered yourself, Tassanar.
The time has come to let loose the fury of the Dark Templar. Zeratul, perhaps the time has come to tell our friends of the foe we face.
Indeed. When I slew the cerebrate Onchar, I touched briefly with the essence of the Overmind. In that instant, my mind was filled with its thoughts. And I tell you now, our worst fears have come true. The Zerg were indeed created by the ancient Zelnaga, the same beings that empowered us in our infancy. But the Overmind grew beyond their constraints, and has at last come to finish the experiments they began so long ago.
So you see, my friends, we fight not only to save Ire, but all creation. If we fall to the Zerg, then the Overmind will run rampant throughout the stars, consuming all sentience, all life. It is up to us to put an end to this madness, once and for all.
Our forces shall engage the primary Zerg hive clusters in an attempt to weaken their defenses. Once their numbers have thinned out, Zeratul and his companions can infiltrate the clusters and assassinate the cerebrates. Adun willing, the cerebrates' deaths will distract the Overmind long enough for us to assault it directly.
Okay, so this should be fun. I'm actually doing something very unusual here. I'm going to turn down the speed of the game. I need to be going very, very quickly if I'm going to accomplish what I want to. That's too slow. Back a little bit.
Your orders, Templar.
Executor, for Ire.
I could also be really risky, but screw it. Let's be risky. Let's be risky and dumb.
Your orders, Templar.
So we're going to go ahead and try to thin out some of their initial defenses because Zeratul is a permacloak who hits for a freaking 100. We definitely want to be getting going ASAP. Also, you notice the Vespine Geyser is over here. The minerals are over here. So, that's cool.
You address me. So be it.
Okay.
What would you ask of me, Executor?
Trust.
We'll talk about Arbiters in just a second.
Trust me.
We'll come back to that. Yeah, it's arguable what the better setup is here. Some people argue you just should have a second Nexus on it. But I meant, once again, reference the difference between this and Brood War.
I do this for Ire.
Because in Brood War, you'd never see that kind of ridiculous spread, right?
Your orders, Templar.
That is a bonkers spread of resources.
Kasnarada. Entaro Adun. I do this for ire. Entaro Adun. It will be done. Entaro Adun.
We've already lost half our shield, so we don't want to overextend too far.
So be it.
And naturally, if Zeratul dies, we lose the mission.
Ire.
And as everyone's aware,
It will be done.
if you, Perfect.
I do this for ire.
If you, you don't actually have to have Zeratul kill the units, which I used to think he did, which made this mission a lot harder than it had to be. Because I always was like, alright, I gotta get it down to really low health and then kill it with Zeratul. No, he just has to be nearby when the kill happens. Like, the trigger only checks for that, essentially. But the good news is, initial attacks will all be ground-based and will all come from a single corridor, despite the ridiculous advantage that the enemy units have here. Oh, there.
I do this for ire. So be it. It will be done.
Oh.
You address me. Kasnarada. Entaro Adun. I do this for ire.
Hey, little Billy, give me 1 second, please.
Kasnarada. It will be done. You address me. Entaro Adun.
Even the playing field a little bit here.
Will be done.
Looks like we... Where did that
I
ultra
do
go?
this for ire. So be it.
Yes, this is the Kill the Cerebrits mission.
You've not enough minerals.
Kasnarada. Entaro Adun.
Thank you, little Billy, very, very much. Always appreciate that support.
It will be done. Kasnarada. Your orders, Templar.
Like I said, getting rid of a lot of these Sunkens is probably going to help us long term, even though we're probably going straight for carriers. Because let's be honest,
Address me.
we have access to carriers.
It will be done.
Of course, we're going straight for
be
carriers.
It will be done. Entaro Adun. You address me. Entaro Adun. Your orders, Templar. Entaro Adun. So be it.
Jedi. Oh, sorry.
Your command? Nakbagala.
Kasnarada.
Nope.
It will be done. So be it.
I think that's about as much as we can safely do
I do this for ire.
for the time being.
Kasnarada. So be it.
We are under attack.
Your orders, Templar.
We feel your presence.
Probably a deliberate design flaw, honestly, Black Cloud.
I hunger for battle. You must construct
additional pylons. You have not enough minerals.
Really? Thanks for that.
Construct additional pylons. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
You address me.
We feel your presence.
See, they're already starting the harassment. This is going to be a high-pressure mission, by the way. That should be fun.
As you will.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, Jesus. Get out of there. Get out of there. An arbiter.
You address me.
For battle.
There's actually a bunch of strategies we could use here, but no, we're going to straight tech. We're going to straight up tech. I want carriers. No, Walker. Believe it or not. Now, that'd be more like Warcraft 2, anything. Let's do 2 more. You notice I've very carefully been not spending my, or, excuse me. Yeah, no, spending is right. Spending my gas yet. Because we don't actually have a source of gas yet. Just a little bit of defense is going, so we have like a slowing down mechanism. In place. Sorry I'm not talking much. I'm trying to do things as efficiently as I can, and I'm already kind of screwing it up. This mission can get extremely bad extremely quickly, and if I fall too far behind, then there's no recovery there. Zerg has so much more than I do here. They'll start with much, but they don't really need it, you know? They have no problem sending Guardians after me, which means I'm going to need a mobile defense force at some point. So that's cool. Hi, Valerian. Very much, please.
Not enough minerals.
That's right, it was 3.
We are under attack.
Hello, Magister.
I do this
And hi, Valerian, if I didn't already say hi. Might not have. I'm a little distracted. Let's see what I'm cycling now. Okay, those are good, those are good. You.
We are under attack.
You address me. Your orders, Templar.
Thankfully, we have a bit of an initial force. additional resources. Otherwise, this mission would be so much worse than it is. Yeah, no kidding. I've actually wondered how deliberate that is, and based on my own observations and analysis, I would say it's not deliberate at all. I would say they just weren't really thinking about it quite the same yet. Wait until we get to the actual Brood War missions, you'll see that a lot more of those tend to be more defensively oriented. Hell, the final Brood War Protoss mission is a Hold the Line mission. It's a good one, too. Mean as hell. We actually lost that mission during the lore run, if you remember. Honeycomb's going.
We feel your presence.
Jesus, they took a lot of damage in that brief stint. Okay. That's already going.
We are under attack.
You heard me talking smack about Ultralisks.
It will be done.
They know.
Upgrade complete.
And we have a couple of options here. Oh, Jesus Christ, they got a Defile off.
I do this.
Zeratul now has 1 health.
Your orders, Templar.
Zeratul is now going to go peace off for the entire rest of the mission. I hate Defilers. That's what Defile does. It lowers their HP to essentially 1. I forget the exact amount of damage it does. Like, it'll lower their HP, regardless of all their factors, to a certain amount, and then stop. So yeah, Phoenix and Zeratul are now just going to hang out back here for a while, next to these cannons. Shields recharge, but it doesn't affect their shields at all, ironically, just their health. You're right, of course. God dang it. It also means my actual front defensive line is pretty much non-existent. So let's talk about Arbiters.
We are vigilant. Duras, we feel your presence. We sense a soul in search of answers. Do you seek knowledge of time travel? We'll take that as a yes. And now for your first lesson. Do you seek knowledge of time travel? Duras.
So, Arbiters are kind of a weird situation. They're not quite casters.
Under attack.
Not to the extent that a lot of the other stuff is. Oh, that's extremely bad.
I do this for hire.
Kill the Defiler, kill the Defiler, kill the Defiler. And Phoenix just died. God damn it. Ah! I was actually doing really well. I don't know if you caught that. I was doing really well on that mission. Naturally, I didn't save. Why would I save? Alright, in the interest of getting on with it, I really, really, really hate to cheat in this game. But I don't want to lose another 16 minutes or another 30 minutes or another hour again. So,
Your orders, Templar. Kas Naradak.
Yeah, let's just go. I absolutely can do this mission. Without cheating. I have. I even know how to do it. I was perfectly on the way to do it. And then Phoenix died. God, I hate that X must survive mission crap. I really do. You know what's funny? Most of my losses this campaign have become because of the loss of a hero unit. And in almost every case, it's because I lost track of the hero unit for a second or two. And so they just bungled into death.
It will be done.
Right here. I'm right here.
I do this for
That should count.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
I'm kidding, Phineas. Okay, you're dead. Stay dead.
It will be done.
Go over there and kill the other one.
It will be done. Entaro Adun.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
I do this for hire.
No kidding, prisoners.
Will be done.
Honestly, also true for Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3 heroes weren't exactly perfect, but they were better than this nonsense.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
We did it. So, final mission. Final Starcraft vanilla mission. This mission is mean as hell.
Executor, our plan worked perfectly. The Zerg defenses are broken, and the way to the Overmind is laid bare. The time for our stand has come.
Indeed. My friends, this is our final hour. Not all of us may survive the coming conflict. Yet, death may be a blessing should we fail here. We seek now to destroy a foe that has ravaged its way across the universe, consuming all in its path. And now, it has reached the end of its long journey. The Overmind has come to destroy all that we hold dear and assimilate us into itself. And I say to thee, this shall not come to pass. Ire shall not fall. Executor, I stand ready.
As do I.
Well, I guess all I have left is to see this through. The Zerg have taken everything from me. My home, my family, my friends. I know that nothing I do can bring those things back. But I'll be damned if I just sit on my hands and wait for the end. I want a piece of them, all right. I'm in.
Then let our actions speak for us. For Adun. For Ire.
I don't know if you noticed this, but in the lower left, you'll notice that Tassadar, Raynor, and Zeratul must survive for this mission.
Executor, Tassadar, this comes too late for you. But the Conclave has witnessed your defeat of the Cerebrate. They know now that they cannot deny the necessity or the valiancy of your actions. We sought to punish you, while it was we who were in error. You represent what is greatest in us all, and all our hopes go with you. Entaro Adun, brave sons of Ire.
Wow. Does that mean they're gonna send some backup for us?
Nope.
Want to turn up the heat?
Thanks for that, Raynor. Appreciate you. So, already this mission's a little bit harder than your typical mission. In a natural way, in a good way. Manage two completely different bases side by side. You have to run a Terran base and a Protoss base. You can already see, however, why this is actually kind of a great thing. The problem, however, is if you're paying attention, we start off with bupkis, right? Just jack all. So watch this. Now that doesn't look like much. But this insanity is hard to properly explain. If you know anything about this game, you know the monstrosity that this central defensive hub is. It doesn't look like much now because this is designed for the AI to take this and run with it. They have pretty much full infrastructure right off of the gate and lots of resource nodes and an extremely defensible position from every angle. They are really, really well entrenched in there. And there's the Overmind itself, of course. Right there. So, which also has 5,000 health, and, yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. The Overmind would naturally be in an extraordinarily well-defended position. Yeah, if you actually manage to get the resource bundle going to have a battlecruiser fleet and a carrier fleet simultaneously, then you have won this mission. Surviving to that point and actually pulling that off is a little bit harder than it sounds.
Yes, Executor?
You have not enough minerals.
The good news is you functionally start off with 2 bases. The bad news is those 2 bases are both hungry for resources. I will admit several times when I played this game, what I would do is I would use one side to just kind of hunker in, and the other side, and feed resources to the other side, and then focus on one army.
SCP good to go, sir.
Will?
Focus on converting a drug.
Reporting for duty.
And I'll admit it, I usually focus on the Terrans, because I think Terrans are better designed, and just kind of work better for me and my playstyle.
Affirmative.
Everyone in chat. Your playstyle being that you're terrible. By the way, quick thing, this is something that I believe does not carry forward from this point onwards. You'll notice that we have a separate food bar
Good to go, sir.
for Terrans and for Protoss, up there in the upper right. The significance of that is that's a bit of a game changer, as weird as that may sound, because even though it's expensive, that means you could have 2 completely concurrent, massive forces,
I read you.
you know, 200 food armies twice, as opposed to just being limited to your typical 100 food army.
SCP good to go,
Or
sir.
200 food, you know what I mean.
I read you. Orders received.
I believe you are correct, Loner, although don't quote me on that. I'm actually not as familiar with Brood War as I am Vanilla, even though I like Brood War more by memory. So now it does increase the intensity of what is required by the player, because you have to manage all kinds of stuff on both sides.
I read
And
you.
remember, there's no idle worker button, which sounds like a minor thing, but no, that's going to be very irritating very quickly.
SCP good to go, sir. Roger that.
By the way, they're already sending scouting harassers. This mission in co-op would actually be pretty legit. But then again, I think every mission in Starcraft would be legit co-op. Which is why I was really excited when they announced co-op mode, and really sad that it wasn't what I wanted it to be. Oh yeah, you also have to remember how to play Terran, which you haven't done in a while.
SCP
If you're
good
just
to go,
playing like
sir.
a normal
Job's finished. Orders, Captain.
non-RTS fan, haven't played this game before playthrough, you're probably like, can I do this again? So I'm gonna kind of split my attention a little bit, and that's the worst possible decision. But we've already put the cheat flag up, so if worst comes to worst, I will just cheat and we'll be fine.
I hear you.
I hate to say it like that, but that's where we're at. Also, look where they put their frickin' defenses back here. Thanks for that, game. Thanks. Where are you going right now? Obvious. Yeah, 3 more, looks like. Yeah, we should probably be saving more often. Thank you for reminding me. I mean, that... Honestly, the previous mission I didn't have to cheat on. It's just, I spaced on saving. And there's no autosaves.
Yes, Executor?
SCP good to go, sir.
So we lost a lot of time And that's why I cheated. Is like I don't feel like losing that kind of time, as I've mentioned several times. I mean, that's always why we cheat in video games. I'm not even sure I can think of an example where we've cheated because of difficulty before, because it's all about time. By the way, notice they're already upgrading.
Orders received.
Point it out. It's their dicks. No, actually, do that instead. I could, however,
Orders, Captain.
use a...
I can't build there.
We can go build there.
Roger that.
I might talk less during this mission. I apologize. I mean, I think I should say I will absolutely talk less this mission. I apologize. Oh, I hope so, Terra. I don't want to get hopium in there, but, you know...
Your orders, Templar. It will be done.
Yeah, I have lost this mission pretty far into it because I screwed up and lost a hero unit. And that's always exactly as good feeling as it sounds.
Give me something to shoot. Commander, let's move.
I forget, can you hotkey map positions in StarCraft 1?
Job's finished. You want a piece of me, boy?
I know, Zysavos. It's just... Which I know I'm pronouncing your name wrong, I apologize. It is such a weird thing. You'd think hero units would be like, "Waha!"
Affirmative. You want a piece of me, boy? Yes, sir. Jacked up and good Orders, to go. Captain. Orders, Captain. Right away, sir.
It's going too well. I'm getting nervous.
Job's finished. Job's finished.
I mean, my old handle was Archie and Gaia, so what the hell do I know? I mean, again, I wouldn't mind if legendary or the hero units were like they are in Warcraft 3. If you lose them, there is a time and cost associated resource to losing them, which makes sense, and I'm okay with. And if you hold on to them, then they're useful. And oh god, where's Jimmy? Jimmy, come here.
We are under attack.
Standing by. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Orders received.
Right about here, I think.
Orders, Captain.
I'm gonna hunker a little bit on Jimmy.
I can't build it. Something's in the way. I can't build it. Something's in the way. This is Jimmy.
Yeah, there's a reason I go by lore now. It was entirely for branding reasons, as I've talked about a few times.
Orders, Captain. Job's finished. Roger that. Orders, Captain. Reporting for duty.
How thoughtest thou, Ross? Also, I'm curious why that's my recommendation. Not that I'm against it, I'm just curious where that's coming from.
Job's finished. You want a piece of me, boy?
It's just such a dumb base down here with the Protoss. Jimmy's like, I got this, and... How did that already run out of gas? Okay, whatever. I know there's other gas stuff. Which?
Orders, Captain. I read you. Piece of me, boy.
Upgrade complete.
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Upgrade complete.
Roger that. Reporting for duty.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Start teching a little bit on the Terrans.
Job finished. Job finished.
You want a piece of me, boy?
That sounds so terrible, Mr. Red. My God. Are you okay? Are you alive? Twitch once for yes.
Orders, Captain?
Standing by.
Yes, sir. Orders received.
No, Crazy Norse. As I've pointed out a few times, Arshan Gaia was never intended to be me, so I never actually associated, like, mentally, Arshan Gaia as myself.
Job finished.
Let's move.
So, naturally, you know, once I stopped having to use it for the show, I stopped using it completely.
I read you. Orders received. Reporting for duty.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Upgrade complete.
Go, go, go.
Yeah, as I've said a few times, Arshan Gaia was actually a character name. I think I'm gonna chill on that for now. Orange pork? Ooh. That sounds good. I mean, everything you cook sounds good, Bragon. I am eternally jealous of you. There it is.
Additional supply depots required.
That quickly. Alright. I can make that work.
Reporting for duty.
Heh. That's true, I did, Ross. You're right.
Job finished.
And yes, James Sloyan is just a treat. Whoop, 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 whoop. I don't even know how to do that, Bragon. I mean, I do, but it would cause me to spiral into a depression cycle so hard that I don't want to think about it, so... Put simply, I am very proud of what you can manage with that. Oh, shoot, that's my mother. Okay. Things are going too well. That means it's time to save.
Upgrade complete.
How may I help you?
Yeah, I actually really recently went back through Defector because the lore run I've mentioned several times. And yeah, that episode holds up so well. Just, oh. And I think I told you, I actually cried. It actually brought tears out of me during this most recent rewatch. Go ahead, make fun. I deserve it. Yeah, exactly, Hastus. This is the moment in Homeworld where you just see the... If you know, you know.
Reporting for duty.
Actually, yes. There are some platforms out there which I don't admittedly really care about. Whoop, 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 whoop.
We are under attack.
Which, okay. Which have stolen my name.
Reporting for duty.
And so if you find me on that platform, that's not me. It's stuff I don't even use, which is why they got it.
Rock and roll.
Orders, Captain? Affirmative.
Upgrade complete.
Oh, jeez, Hazardous.
Anytime you're ready.
Everything's fine. Ah! Like I said, Homeworld.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Right away, sir.
We are under attack.
I'm not ready for that. I'm not ready for that. I'm not ready for that. Repair! God damn it! You little pisshat! You couldn't have waited literally 1 second. Goddamn Guardians. Yeah, it's TikTok or Instagram or something. I actually don't remember. It's one of those crap ones that I'm never going to actually use. I have, in fact, reserved my name on several platforms, specifically to avoid issues like that in the future.
Job finished. Reporting for duty. Checked up and ready to go. Go ahead, Commander.
How may I help?
Okay. We're still kind of chilling for the moment. Mostly because we don't really have the space to expand yet. But we're getting a hell of a bank going. So why don't we grab... Let's go completely insane with this. There's no better time to do that.
Right away, job finished.
So let's just do this.
Affirmative.
Actually, I do have an OnlyFans account. That was actually one of the first ones I grabbed.
I read
Not for whatever reason you're thinking,
Reporting for duty.
but because I could just picture, with some of the harassment campaigns I've already suffered, someone trying to impersonate me on that nonsense.
I read you.
I also have a Pornhub account. I've explained that one. That's just in case I need a backup streaming platform. And for the same general reason. I have an account on either Instagram or TikTok. I forget which.
We are under attack.
Oh, jeez. Nope, we're okay, we're okay, we're okay, we're okay.
How may I help?
Don't need to freak out yet. Freakouts discontinued.
Reporting for duty.
I forget all of them. There's so many that I don't use. But pretty much any time a new streaming service pops up, one of the first things I do is I reserve my name on it.
There. Yes, sir. Job finished.
Move! Jesus Christ, did you see that guy?
Yes, sir. Roger that.
Hi, Sean. You can already see where we're going with this.
Job finished. Reporting for duty. Orders, Captain. I read you.
Okay! That's a thing that How did they get... Okay, whatever.
Add-on complete. Add-on complete. Add-on complete. Add-on complete. Add-on complete.
This is Jimmy.
Add-on
Your
complete.
warriors have engaged the enemy.
Job finished. Job finished. Oh yeah. Rainer here. Oh yeah. Orders, Captain? I can't build there. Reporting for duty.
Yeah, if only I had a website. I
Upgrade.
hear a lot of people use those nowadays. I don't know.
How may I
What are we doing
help?
down here? Not great. A Defiler was here.
Go ahead, Commander. Job finished. Job finished.
400 times 12. I can't do math right now.
Reporting for duty. Job finished. Orders received. Right away, sir.
I do... No, Walker. Streaming is actually a hell of a thing.
Orders received.
It's one of the only reasons I give Twitch any kind of leeway, is because setting up a streaming service is a big deal. Okay, they've attacked this back door enough. I'm going to go ahead and close it, I think. Just a little bit. Just one. No question hazardous. That's going to be Homeworld.
Reporting for duty.
I know that sounds pathetic, but that I've described a few times, that is just, oh my god. It's perfectly understated, too. It's like, oh, it's just a light little sound in the background, but you know what that means. You know exactly what that goddamn thing means.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that should close that door at least a little bit.
Anytime you're
Reduce some of my reliance on Rainer.
Sounds fun. Reporting for duty.
Yeah, it is possible, and indeed likely, to connect these two bases, but it takes some work and some effort. Yeah, less ads and generally better setup. It's also... So Pornhub isn't... Pornhub is also a backup to YouTube, Sean. So, if anything goes wrong with YouTube and or Twitch, that's pretty much the only backup option. They're pretty much the only name in the game that has the ability to manage the level of requirement, intensity, whatever you want to call that, that a streaming service actually requires, or a video hosting service for that matter.
You want a piece of me, boy?
And it's because it's porn. But, like it or not, and I've actually said this several times, pornography has pushed technology forward consistently across most of human history, but especially in the last 30 years.
Orders, Captain? Affirmative.
Yeah, the very concept of home video, VCRs, a lot of camera innovations. I know, Ghost Rider. Some people are just boring, I guess. Or bored. How much has pornography contributed to warfare? All of it. You ever wonder why people go to war over women back in the day? No alternative, that's why. Now, am I joking? You be the judge.
Upgrade complete.
We are under attack.
You should be okay.
We are under attack.
Please don't joke about that hazardous. Do you know the reason? You do know the reason
Yes, sir.
that I have refused to move in with my family for years.
Reporting for duty. I read you.
Because the thought of my family, my nieces, being swatted is something I can barely tolerate the thought of. Like, that's extraordinarily unacceptable of a thought. Alright. Let's expand with the Protoss first. They're having some really bad space issues.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
I don't actually remember where all their spots are. I meant to get a probe going, and then I kind of spaced. That's my fault. See you around, Mr. Red. Someday. The only thing I'm glad about with regards to swatting is that it was classified as a crime, and we have precedence that it is a crime. It's not going to stop an idiot or a moron, but we have legal cases on the books now for that, and several people here in the States went after that really hard. The fact that someone has already died due to that probably helps. Which sounds awful to admit, but it's true.
I'm waiting. So be it.
We are under attack.
Orders, Captain?
Swatting is when you falsely call the cops on someone else's home who is streaming as a form of harassment and evil. I agree with Valerian completely. It should legally be classified as attempted murder. Not just because of the fact that there's so many hundreds of things that can go bad in such a scenario, but because of the fact that that's already happened.
Upgrade complete.
That has already happened. Yeah, and then they send a SWAT team. And to be totally honest, part of the problem there is with the cops themselves. For reasons that are probably a little bit too polemic for right now, but that is a problem. It also varies by district how much of a problem it is, too. That's another thing that should be acknowledged. Not every precinct is the same as every other precinct.
Upgrade complete.
I mean, there's nothing I have to say about it that's really worth saying, if I'm just being honest. Is there anything? Just things we're getting for the moment. I mean, yeah, most people do. Even if they don't have empathy or sympathy for another human being, most people, most professionals, hate going out on a false call. That is actually a thing, Crazy Norse, yeah. If I was legitimately a large-scale streamer, I know the procedures. I would actually reach out to my, you know, if I became big, I would reach out and be like, hey, and try to get ahead of that, essentially, because I would have to.
Reporting for duty. Orders, Captain? This is Jimmy. Yes, sir?
It is one of the many benefits of being relatively small. Yeah, exactly, to whitelist you. Here's my name, here's my address, here's my stream. This is when I stream. You know, you basically give them a whole lot of information about yourself. And you're like, alright, look. Here's how this works.
Upgrade complete.
When the process first started being a thing, most police officers would just be like, oh, okay, whatever. But since it has since become more of a thing, more police officers, more SWAT teams especially, but more precincts are more likely to be like, oh, okay, yeah, we'll keep an eye out for that kind of thing. Credit where credit is due, as the saying goes. This is going too well. It's really starting to worry me. Yeah, I know, Crazy Norse. It'll never happen. Don't worry. There's too much value in obscurity, so it's almost like I deliberately don't do things that I know with total and absolute certainty would get me views and clicks and attention, because that way I could stay small.
We are under attack.
What the hell is that nonsense?
Commander.
Yeah, I gotta show some skin. I mean, I'm not actually joking. It's weirdly easy to be big in YouTube or on stream right now, on Twitch right now. Now, it's not a guarantee, but all of the tricks and tips are well-trod ground. We know how to make someone a big streamer. That's a thing. Or a big YouTuber, if I wanted to go that route with it. Let's get a shuttle going. I have a random idea. What was that? God damn it! So defilers are much worse for Terrans.
Right away, sir.
Because they push them in the red and then they fall over.
Upgrade complete.
Yes, sir?
God, I hate defilers.
Give me something to shoot. Orders, Captain?
You know, the biggest reason why I hate mage types in this game, and I mean this with legitimate sincerity, is they're best when they're perfectly microed, which the computer has absolutely no problems doing.
Right on. Orders, Captain?
So the AI is just like, yeah, no, I know exactly how to place what and where and how. Could someone do me a favor? What's 38 divided by 8 really quick? Round it up. Just really quick. I could do it in my head, but I'm trying to do 4 things right now. 5, thank you. 1,
Job finished.
3, 4, 5.
Jacked up and good to go. Standing by. I read you. Give me something to shoot.
Managed to save all the Marines from that one.
Rainer here.
I'm actually kind of glad they're going so much after Rainer's base. It's so much easier to defend Rainer's base under these circumstances, because I can actually repair stuff. I say easier. That's actually a lie. It's actually much harder. What am I talking about? I wish they'd go after the Protoss base instead. Okay, so... The real problem is we're still kind of running at a resource deficit, which I know sounds insane, but we actually need more resources than we currently have on hand to really get going. So that's a thing. So we just lost. That's actually a loss. So... That kind of an Ultralisk rush, I do not have the power to block or push back. That would have been the end of the Terran base. Right there.
Right on. Orders, Captain?
Oh, I haven't. Have I? Not. Well, okay. Hey, Eternus.
Jacked up and good to go. Commander, give me something to shoot.
Oh my god, there's a Defiler right there?
This is Jimmy. Sounds fun.
Just hanging out there. Like a dick. God, I hate Defilers so much.
This is Jimmy.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's two of them.
Rainer here. Anytime you see me, boy. Right on.
My frickin' SCVs. You! Come here.
Right away, sir.
Listen, players in multiplayer do not count for fairness or lack thereof.
Reporting for duty.
I'm just saying.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Oh, I know exactly the kind of nonsense you're talking about. I remember this giant resource cluster, which is great because this is actually exactly what I want. This.
You want a piece of me, boy? Reporting for duty.
You see what I mean, though? Everything was going completely fine, and then like 10 Ultralisks jumped down my throat, and that was the end of that. I lost the entire mission because 10 Ultralisks jumped down my throat.
You want a piece of me, boy?
We are under
Piece of me,
attack.
boy.
Game.
I read you. Commander.
Game. But what? Why?
Yes, Executor.
You want a piece of me, boy?
We are under attack.
Oh my god.
Rainer here.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Oh, yeah. Commander. Orders, Captain?
I'm enough to start though, at least.
I hear you. For Adun.
Orders, Captain? I read you. I can't build there.
Why not? What's 44 divided by 8? 6, I think.
Jacked up and good to go. Outstanding.
That's 6.
Job's finished. Orders, Captain? Job's finished. Commander, standing by. I read you.
Yeah, so 6.
Go ahead, Commander.
Always round up. Always round up. What always weirded me out when I first played this mission was how empty the map is, other than the ridiculously well-defended enemy fortifications, obviously.
Job's finished. Reporting for duty. I read you. Yes, sir? Right away, sir. Orders received. Roger that. Orders, Captain? Roger that. Orders received.
Okay.
Job's finished. Job's finished. Job's finished. Job's finished.
Yeah, that's why I was keeping a bank, by the way. Do you notice how much minerals we have now?
Job's
It's
finished.
a little less than we had a minute ago. It's okay, we're also going to start grabbing from this nonsense down here as quickly as we can.
We are under attack.
I read you.
Too much of it, that's what I need. Where did my shuttle go? There you are. Okay. I can roll with that.
Cruiser operational. Battle cruiser operational.
Nope, you need to die down here. Drag him away. Drag him away. Drag him away. No, no, no. Keep the attention over here.
Receiving transmission. Receiving transmission.
Yeah, so 6 armor. 34 damage on air or ground. No Yamato cannons yet. I guess I could work on that. I got a little bit to spare here. Checking our base every now and again.
SCV good to go, sir. Roger that.
For once, I need more minerals than anything else. How's that for weird?
SCV good to go, sir. I read you.
We are under attack.
5 minutes.
SCV good to go, sir.
Battle cruiser operational. Battle cruiser operational. Good day, Commander.
So, 12 battle cruisers. Let's use that, shall we? It's not our full group. 12 battle cruisers is not enough for this mission. But it's a start.
SCV good to go, sir.
Hailing frequencies open. We are under
Yes, sir.
attack.
Right away, sir. Anytime you're ready. SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain? I can't build there. Give me something to shoot.
Working on it, Daedalus. Working on it.
Rainer here. This should be good.
All crews report.
SCV good to go, sir.
Yeah, Vespine gas is... any questions?
Orders, Captain?
Upgrade complete.
All crews reporting. Engage.
SCV good to go, sir.
That's some interesting timing. Will they get there in time to salvage our mineral production facility?
Job finished.
Receiving transmission.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Or the cannons can do it too. Sure, whatever.
SCV good to go, sir.
Hailing frequencies open.
SCV good to go, sir.
Yeah, that was a bit of an assassination, was what that was. Jesus.
Commander.
Did I read you? Orders, Captain? Orders received. Right away, sir.
Okay. Just, how we doing? Almost there. Almost there. Very close. Very close. I guess we can get started. Let's drain the bank, shall we? Oof.
Receiving transmission.
Hey, Czar.
Good day, Commander. Take it slow.
For real, all I know about Vespine gas is that it has slightly, like, psionic properties, like it can help bring out powers in people, essentially. But more to the point, it's just a highly reactive fuel source that, you know, is unique and cool and useful and blah, blah, blah.
Did I read you? Affirmative.
God!
Give me something to shoot.
I hate defilers.
Commander.
Hate defilers.
Outstanding.
Sure, Papanix. Love to get there when we get there.
Commander, let's move. Rock and roll.
Good day, Commander.
One defiler could take up my entire battlecruiser fleet right now, by the way.
We are under attack.
Hailing frequencies open.
Which is part of why I'm hesitating until these guys show up. We're gonna do a full accompaniment here. No really style.
Receiving transmission.
Commander. Reporting for duty. Roger that.
Listen, I don't know about you.
Reporting for duty.
Whenever I build battle cruisers, I do it with two things.
Right away,
Sorry.
sir. Orders, Captain?
No, actually, I want you to be
Reporting for
5.
duty.
Receiving
Job
transmission.
finished. Orders, Captain? Yes, sir. Affirmative. Did I read you? Orders received.
Defilers have an ability called... I actually forget what it's called. It's that red crap you've seen. The red crap, there's no way to get rid of it. It's a big AoE. It's relatively cheap. And they can just layer out on a spot, and everything... It's called Plague. And everything in that spot just slowly bleeds out health. Not shields, health.
Right away, sir.
Quite a bit.
Reporting for duty.
Like, quite a lot of health just kind of goes away until, you know,
Yes, Executor?
don't have any more.
Carry
It will not kill you. It cannot kill you, but it can and often does leave you with 1 health. 300 damage. Thank you, Hephaestus.
Hailing
So
frequencies.
yeah, my battle cruisers would be down to 200 health each if 1 plague hit that bundle right there. So we're gonna Keep an eye out for that, because that's actually likely to happen. I like it, Crazy Norse. You lose a slot in exchange for repair. That sounds perfectly reasonable to me. Let's keep harvesting, because we haven't really harvested to our max yet. In fact, actually, we can get 5 more over here.
Hailing frequency.
The problem is there's not really a spreading them out.
Receiving transmission.
How AI works, but if they maintain formation at least. Nope, yep, they're just going to completely ignore formations and go right to the same spot. Oh yeah, it would take forever to repair the damage. And at least we could do that with battle cruisers. You cannot repair the damage at all on a carrier. So if the carrier's shields go, then that carrier is dead.
We are under attack.
Hate compilers. Just like Psychic Storm, they know exactly how to pinpoint that crap. Right onto your tailpipe.
Your command. All crews report. Instructions. Commencing.
So, here's our initial fleet. Let's make some inroads.
Hailing frequencies open. Your command. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Hailing frequencies open. Good day, Commander. The warriors have engaged the enemy.
Surge. Expecting that. Looks like we're doing okay though.
Receiving transmission.
Okay, not terrible, not terrible. Looks like the Scourge got one of my interceptors.
Set the course. Instructions.
I'm sorry, Ghost Rider, I didn't see it at all. Do you mind reposting, please? Just for me. What is? Oh, thank God, we only got slow. I thought I saw the gloop, and just for a second I froze. Like, oh God. It's okay, we're just slowed.
Transmission.
Bad, but not terrible.
Instructions. Good day, Commander.
I'm sorry, I actually did answer that earlier. Whoa. What's happening? What's happening? I lost a carrier. I don't even see what got it. Alright, whatever. Back off. Back off a bit. So a game having rebindable key bindings is just a neutral, right? Remember, we're not reviewing this as a remaster to Starcraft. We're reviewing this as a game. Does that make sense? It doesn't get any additional positive or negative simply by virtue of being different from the original. Does that make sense? I suppose that's actually not true. Let me rephrase that slightly differently. Let me be more clear about that, because I'm having trouble keeping up with everything. Scan! Oh, I keep hitting the wrong button. That's fine. Are you still pushing? Oh, it's a frickin' guard. Okay. I can't do anything about that. Okay. I do not think so, Blade Troll. I believe they're bases. Oh my God, what? What? There's a single Hydralisk.
Receiving transmission. Receiving transmission.
I hate Guardians. I hate Guardians. Especially when I'm using them. Terrible.
Hailing frequencies go.
Kill their faces off.
All crews report. Good day, Commander. Receiving transmission.
What was I saying? If we were reviewing the original game, I would probably give it a negative for lack of rebinding. But this version of the game has rebinding, therefore no negative. There we go. Does that explain it properly? Stop doing what you're doing. Stop doing what you're doing. Drag him in range of the carriers. Yeah, exactly, Ghost Rider. Bingo. You got it. You got it. Like, if they did come up with a proper remake for this game, first of all, awesome. But second of all, we'd be reviewing that, not the fact that it's like, hey. But yes, there is... I sometimes speak dismissively about absences of negatives, and I really shouldn't. You have to understand that absences of negatives are a good thing. And there's been lots of games we've reviewed, where we've reviewed like a certain game, and we gave a bunch of negatives to it, and the game scored badly, and then the next game came along and fixed all those issues, and so got neutrals. Nothing, in other words. That is a good thing. They fixed problems. Negatives were removed from the equation. The score commensurately went up. But I've seen some people be like, shouldn't that be a positive? No. There are all three categories. You know. In fact, we actually have an emote for it in chat called Wash, Lore Wash, I believe. Oh, hi, Venters. How are you doing today?
Instructions.
Let's get over here. How are we doing on resources? So that's 9, I think? We'll just do it this way. We'll make it easy. Yes, that's right. We're getting even more capital ships going. In an instance where something they fixed not be an absent negative, but an actual positive, can I get an example? Sure, save systems. A game with a particularly bad save system that switches to being a particularly good save system would be a positive. I would switch from being a negative to a positive.
Under attack.
I'm struggling to come up with a specific example, so let me just make up an example. Okay, so let's pretend in some magical fantasy land that in Half-Life 1, you cannot save, except, like there's no save system at all, actually. There is no ability to save the game. All you can do is get to the next chapter, at which point there's like a save point. And those are your saves, okay? If you remember Half-Life 1, there's like an hour or so in between a lot of those chapters. That would suck. That would almost assuredly be a negative for what is effectively a lack of mid-mission checkpoints. Then Half-Life 2 comes out, and Half-Life 2 has the Half-Life save system, which means autosaves, quick saves, manual saves, and quick loads. All of a sudden, what was bad has now turned into good. Does that make sense? I actually don't know if the computer cheats on this one. I'm not sure.
Instructions.
Absence of a negative, Eternus. Because it wasn't particularly good mid-mission checkpoints. They were simply serviceable mid-mission checkpoints. There were mid-mission checkpoints at all. Might actually been a better way to phrase that.
Receiving transmission.
I have to AFK very briefly here.
Your command.
Dismay.
Cruise report.
So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna save, and then I'm gonna AFK for like, I don't know, 3 minutes, something like that. Be right back. Sorry. Correct, Eternus. Oh my god. Nemesis, what in the world are you doing? Well, Raynor is, you see... Anyways, thank you, Nemesis, for 4 years of support. Thank you. I will put that anniversary sub. Give me a second here. Towards Empire of Sin, Starfield, and the BRPG block. You got it.
We are under attack.
Yeah.
Receiving transmission. Affirmative.
All crews reporting.
Let's see what's gonna happen up here.
Good day.
Affirmative.
Those 3 Guardians are like, yeah, we got this. We got this. We're gonna take out this completely empty base that means nothing. Yeah, you know what? Swan. That's a good answer. Swan.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Who did it? Scotty.
Receiving transmission.
Freaking Queens. Alright, let's push Southeast Red off the map, shall we?
Hailing frequencies open. Make it happen. Receiving transmission. Take it slow.
Instructions. Instructions.
Good day, Commander.
Yeah, Scotty. We need battle cruises in 3 hours. Ugh. I cannot possibly do that in less than 5. A not insignificant amount, Ventures. We know they actually planned out a decent amount of the story, at least by the time Brood War came out. And Brood War was planned at least alongside Vanilla, so there's a decent chance that at least the broad strokes of StarCraft 2's story were already planned as of Vanilla StarCraft. There's obviously some retcons here and there and some changes of ideas and blah blah blah, but other than that, we might actually have to get 2 full groups here for this nonsense.
Go ahead, Commander.
I've got to have 5 hours.
Receiving transmission.
Alright. Save. Let's do it.
All crews report.
Instructions.
Hailing frequencies open.
This is a colossal fleet. Not as big as it can be. Certainly getting there.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Receiving transmission.
Your warriors have engaged.
Part of the problem. Have you ever wondered? Whoa, back up. One of the reasons why it took them so long to build StarCraft 2. There's actually a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons is StarCraft Ghost. StarCraft Ghost was supposed to move the narrative forwards, and they wanted it to kind of stand on its own. No real competition. So they just kind of let it sit there, and then StarCraft Ghost dwindled, and then 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 finally got shut down. And so I was like, well, alright, well, let's go ahead and build that new engine we gotta build.
Set a course.
Your command. Instructions. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
All crews reporting. Good day, Commander. Take it slow.
Your command.
And yes, it was going to be an FPS.
Your
I've
command.
actually looked into the behind the scenes of StarCraft Ghost a not insignificant amount. It really is a damn shame how that went down. Hey, not zero. Yeah, it's funny. The Starcraft 2 engine is, like, objectively not good.
Good day.
For reasons that smarter people than me could explain.
All crews reporting.
But, just, they can do so many good things with it.
Good day.
It is unironically one of my favorite game engines I've ever interacted with. And without question, my favorite RTS engine.
All crews reporting.
Is that nonsense?
Receiving transmission.
I'm honestly not even familiar with that drama, Magister, and maybe I shouldn't be. Let's just avoid that, shall we?
Hailing frequencies open.
We are under attack.
Well, the problem is it was going to be an FPS, and then it was going to be stealth-focused, and then it was going to be action-focused, and then it was going to be both, and then they tried to change their mind again. Like I said, they did a lot. StarCraft 2 is the best RTS ever made, Venters, so I suppose that's my answer. Okay. I prefer the setting of Warcraft, but then again, Warcraft has had a lot more development, so that's not really a fair statement.
Receiving transmission. Your command. Good day, Commander.
We are under attack.
Really? Okay. Here comes the Scourge. Yeah, we knew that was happening. Okay, we've got this at this point. That is one of the contributors, yeah, Crazy Horse. Like I said, there was a few issues that they were running into, pretty much side by side.
Take it slow.
The warriors have engaged the enemy.
Set course.
We are under attack.
Take it slow.
I managed it with only cheating once.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
The Overmind has been weakened, but I fear we have sustained severe damage ourselves.
Really?
I will steer the Gantrathor into a collision course with the Overmind. If I can channel enough of the Dark Templar's energy through the hull of the Gantrathor, I should be able to bring swift death to the accursed abomination. Remember us, Executor. Remember what was done here today. May Adun watch over you.
I have several favorites, Venters. Tychus, Nova. Rainer's a good standby, but no, Tychus, Nova, Stukov, and I actually can't remember the other one. The Purifier one. Purifier plan. Anyways. You know, I'm going to admit something here. Older Blizzard cinematics were so dreamlike and inferred that in many cases I just couldn't tell what was going on. I actually remember being confused by this ending. And the ending of Protoss Brood War, in fact. As the chaotic swirling energies subsided, a heavy silence settled over the battlefields of Ire. Due to Tassidar's noble sacrifice, the Overmind was now dead, and the Zerg swarms were scattered and broken. But as the heroes surveyed their once glorious homeland, they realized their victory had cost them all but their lives. Ire was left nothing more than a smoldering ruin. Those few Protoss who survived the final battle can only wonder what the future would hold for their race. And far away on distant planet Char, the self-styled Queen of Blades knew that the time of her ascension was at hand. Yep, 1998. I remember being irritated at having to wait for the sequel. I've said this before, Blizzard really loves the to be continued trope. Like, honestly, a little bit too much. Ah, crap. So, of all the stories they've done, they've only really ever definitively ended one of them, which is actually Starcraft. So yeah, to be continued. Now, hang on, I'm gonna do something weird for just a second. So anyways, back in the mission we were just in.
We are under attack.
Shut up. Let's judge the Protoss, shall we? Yeah, it wasn't even that long of a wait, it just felt like it. So, we've got Zealots. Zealots are actually decently designed, all things considered. I'm not sure if they're full positive worthy, but they're definitely not too shabby. Dragoons obviously suck and are deserving of a negative, as I've already mentioned. Templars, negative. Shuttles are a wash. Reavers are a negative. Observers, honestly, are a bit of a wash. Scouts are a negative. Like absolutely unquestioningly a negative. That's, as I've already talked about. But we didn't really talk about a couple of other ones, including Arbiters, and of course we didn't actually judge Carriers. And I think that's it for Protoss. Did I miss anything? I think so. No, that's it for Vanilla. Alright, so talking about Arbiters. Hang on, let's actually get a tribunal going, which requires a Templar Archives. Hang on. What's insta-build? Operation Qual. Didn't seem to do anything. Still isn't doing anything. Ah, whatever. It won't take that too long anyways. Lol, Sorura. I've never even heard of that game. This is right before the final battle. Where the Gantrathor had to sacrifice itself to destroy the Overmind. It's okay, they'll never bring Tassadar back, so we're cool. I need you to come save me so we can stop, like... Okay, whatever. Come on, finish building. Stop killing the enemy for a second. Come on. Alright. So, Arbiters. First and foremost, Arbiters are expensive as ever holy hell on the gas side of things, as most casters are. So, 350 Vespene in order to make an Arbor, which is bonkers. 100 minerals isn't too bad, but 350 is crazy. It's also 4 food. We can't even build the damn thing. Arbiters gain access to recall, stasis field, and I think that's it, actually. Oh, and the cloak thing. So, Arbiters have stats, which exist. This is all definitely going expertly according to plan. I'm just going to go sacrifice my carriers really quick. Go die, my carriers. Just really quick. Oh, I lost my entire pylon array. That's why. Oh, god damn it. I just want to show off a unit. And the Overmind's like, you will never show off this unit. I know you killed me in the past. I will have my revenge. Die, carriers. Or don't. Oh, jeez, they might actually win that battle. Run! Run into red. Red might kill you. Why are you ordering us to die? Can't matter. It's the only way to save us from the Zerg. What? Okay, there we go. Alright, so, Arbiter. We'll talk about carriers in just a second. Okay, they're all dead. Whew. Man, I sure wish I could build quicker. Let's talk about carriers while we're waiting. So carriers, we've already talked about. They cost 350 minerals and 250 Vespine, but they also functionally cost another 200 minerals. So they are very, very expensive. They also cost 6 food. However, they come with their lovely interceptors, which have to be built. They have 150 shields and 300 health, moderate armor, and the interceptors themselves do... 72, I think, damage total every time they attack. Something like that. Which is not exactly shabby. Now, it does come in a bunch of little pieces, but that actually kind of works in its advantage in Starcraft 1. Because in Starcraft 1, armor reduces the damage you take linearly, but cannot reduce it below 1. So even against heavily armored targets, interceptors are always going to be doing a decent amount of damage. And let me explain this differently. If there's something that had somehow 100 armor, a battlecruiser will hit it and do 1 damage. A carrier will hit it and do 8. So, carriers... The biggest problem with carriers is they're actually pretty well designed overall. They are expensive, difficult, costly. They are a huge weak point. But once you get them properly snowballed, they properly snowball. There are several ways to counter them. The biggest flaw of the carriers, bar none, is the fact that once you get the snowball going, which is the only way for them to be useful, they're kind of boring. So I'm not sure a carrier is really positive worthy to me. As much as they're fun and neat and interesting, they're not actually that fun, that neat, or that interesting. Hey, TSP. Which leaves us with the Arbiter. So the Arbiter has 150 shields, 200 health, moderate armor, and pathetic damage. But what they really got going for them is their casting abilities. Recall is kind of exactly what it sounds like. You cast Recall on something, and it pulls those units over to the Arbiter. So, simply with having 2 Arbiters, you effectively have a portal network, which can cross the entire map. The only downside of Recall is the fact that it only grabs a relatively small space, but it can still usually grab 1 unit group, like a solid 12 unit group, pretty easily. That's pretty useful. Stasis Field, less so. Stasis Field is kind of a harassment thing. You've seen them use it against me constantly. It targets a nice big area, like almost arguably an entirely too big of an area, and just kind of like locks them out of existence for a bit. So they can't take damage, so it's not as bad as Lockdown is over on the Ghost side, but they can still drift, which you also saw already, which can lead to its own problems. It really is a stop kind of a button. Now, as weird as it may sound, while Lockdown irritates the crap out of me, Stasis Field makes more sense from a design perspective. The whole point of Stasis Field is a... Hold on a second. It's a delaying tactic. You don't do it to win. You don't do it to kill. You do it to recover for a bit. So stasis fields... what, Loke? Stasis fields, you can use them on enemy units, of course. You can actually use them on your own units, too. If your units are overwhelmed and getting gunned down, you could stasis them properly. Oh, I should probably talk about the other thing that Arbiters do. Yeah, it's like Banishment. It's a pause button. So Arbiters also innately project a cloaking field around them. This is probably the thing that makes the Arbiters most useful overall. Especially when combined with carriers. Because what you do is you have the Arbiter... Oh, gotcha, Loke. You have the Arbiter attached to the carrier group, so the carriers are stealthed, and so the interceptors are not. So the enemy is even more inclined to attack the interceptors than they already would be, and the carriers can stay relatively safe. The big downside... oh my god. That felt weird. The big downside is, of course, the fact that they themselves are not cloaked, and no, doubling up Arbiters doesn't cloak them. So they just stay uncloaked, and in the back, which makes them a nice big open vulnerability point, which also kind of works. But if I'm being blunt, I don't feel like they really work for an individual positive from my perspective. Oh yeah, by the way, Stasis Field costs 100. I don't remember what Recall costs. So, God, as I'm talking it out, I don't think the Protoss get a lot of positives compared to the other races. So now I got to talk about general design. The way they do buildings, the energy fields, their food usage, their terrain, their turret usage. So, Protoss have the fire and forget building construction, which is nice. What the heck is that? Oh wow, there's like some pipes in there. Do you see that? Protoss have the fire and forget building, which is good, and allows them to kind of be very efficient about expanding. They can also build almost anywhere, not quite to the extent of, say, the Terrans, but certainly much more than the Zerg. One probe with one pylon could set up a whole new base. No, I agree with you, Sarura. I feel like what happened was they were designing the Protoss, and they were too worried they were going to be too good. And so a lot of Protoss stuff, which should be cool or neat or interesting, isn't, because it either costs too much or doesn't do what it should for the cost that it involves. Even the carriers themselves are a gargantuan weak point, a giant blinking red sign saying, "Attack me." And there's only a couple of ways around that. And the carriers themselves, as you saw, as we were using them the past couple of missions, are not actually all that tanky. Not compared to something like the battlecruiser, and of course, you cannot repair a carrier. All you can do is restore its shields. So, I don't know. Not super impressed, all things considered, when it comes to unit design. So, I could say an easy 1 positive for unit design, but I think that might actually be it. And negative-wise, I already mentioned that. I already talked about that, and I already gave a negative for that. So I don't think I'm going to double up on any of that. Recall costs 150, by the way, which means even with a fully upgraded Arbiter, you get 1 of those per monotank. But just to show it off, there's Recall. Anybody have any other thoughts on this before we codify that?
We are under attack.
Just wait a moment here. I think that's all I wanted to codify from that.
We are under attack.
Well, the biggest problem with the carriers is that they're carriers. I don't know. I suppose I could call the carriers... well, that's because he's actually a popular person, Sarura, which means Twitch gives him all of the bandwidth and resources he needs. Nobody's ever heard of me, Sarura. What's funny is carriers are a lot less useful in PvP because they are so easy for a player to counter.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
They are predominantly useful against AI, you know, the situation we're talking in, the campaign stuff.
Your command. Call to...
See, the problem is we didn't give the battle cruisers a positive, and for pretty much the exact same reason, I can't bring myself to give the carriers a positive. I don't think they're a negative, but I think they fill pretty much the exact same slot of general unit faction calculus. It's actually funny because the two of them are pretty much the total inverse of each other. 150, 300, 500.
Your command.
6 armor, 6 armor. 8 interceptors that do 9 damage, 1 giant cannon that does 34 damage, etc., etc. So that's kind of where we're at with that. Drone ships. Yeah, exactly, Logue. They're an interesting counterpoint to each other, and both work for pretty much different reasons. By the way, congrats, Mr. Red. No, I think that's actually more...
Under attack.
We'll do this, we'll do this. No. You know what, no. Let us put that there. Okay, so. There it is. Let me update the HUD briefly, but this HUD is kind of where I think it should be. Surprisingly decent story. Yep, couple of issues. Some really good gameplay. Hampered by some really irritating gameplay. And that's pretty much Starcraft Vanilla in a nutshell. Before we hit further, someone in my YouTube comment said something. They said, Lord, you're dumb and you're stupid. But then someone else said something. The completely unnecessary mission to go rescue Tassadar immediately after he surrendered himself to prevent us from killing more Protoss. It's such a dumb misstep in the story. Anyways. So, they mentioned how they've never really liked Blizzard expansions before. And I have to admit, Lord of Destruction didn't review that well when we did that. And I know that Beyond the Dark Portal for Warcraft 2 will not review well at all. It really will not. Which means the only real question mark is, will Brood War actually review well? Because I don't know. By memory, Brood War and Frozen Throne are both an example of expansion effect, but I haven't reviewed either of them. And Diablo 3's expansion was fantastic, a universal increase in positives. So I'm as curious as anybody else how Brood War is going to review. Also, we'll be a little bit more likely to use cheats on Brood War, because Brood War kicks you in the teeth. A lot. So it's a quiet thing, but the CGI is getting even better. The cutscenes in general, I should say. The turrets in the background, by the way. So, all of this is getting across a point beautifully. This is horrific. This is right down in the trenches fighting the Zerg.
Who's in charge here? Where is the air support?
Not even knowing the chain of command, and a Marine who's so shell-shocked, all he can do is sit there and rock gently. Total contrast.
So, Gerard, I suspect you have a good reason for pulling me away from my duties.
Your vodka can wait, my good Alexei. Come, stand here. You need to see this.
I know all about the Zerg, Gerard. We've all seen the tapes 100.
You've seen nothing. Dissecting a dead Zerg in a lab is one thing. Unleashing them on men is another. You must go into this with both eyes open. Once started, there's no going back. Are you prepared to go all the way with this, Alexei?
Yes. Yes, I am prepared to go all the way, my good Admiral.
Good. Good. I knew I could count on you.
Admiral, the colonist base will be overrun in a matter of minutes. Shall we intervene?
Take us into orbit, Mr. Malmsteen. We've seen enough.
So, there's better cutscenes in the history of Blizzard, but man, imagine being the guy down on the ground in the trench. You're out of ammo, by the way, in case you missed that. Air support is right up there. Big old battlecruiser. And battlecruisers in lore are actually pretty mean. They are flying cities, which are capital ships in the truest sense of the word. So, yes, a battlecruiser could absolutely have helped turn the tide against that battle. And it just leaves. And you just watch it leave. And you don't even probably see the frickin' Zerglings charging in from either side. Yeah, the jaws. Like I said, I've seen better, but... Yeah, I know. You can really... One of the things I love most about Blizzard's cinematic team is their ability to tell a story without saying it. Which is why Blizzard's writing team tends to irritate me so much, because they tend to lean a little bit too much on telling, not showing. But the cinematic team are really good at showing, not telling. You get all kinds of details out of that scene without them having to say a word. I mean, just really picture just the guy just doing this. Guy walks up, looks at him for a second. Okay, not a Zerg. Goes back to rocking. Doesn't say a thing. Never says a single word. Just sitting there rocking. And when he's finally... who's in charge? Where's the air support? He just points up. And that's all he does. Yeah, you can tell that this is just... whoo! And then he just slowly closes his mask. He knows what's coming. He was right, too, if you caught it. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Did you notice that they use tons and tons of cuts and shaky cam down below in the battle, but much more smooth and long shot up top? So they literally use the camera better when it comes to when it comes to telling the story. Normally, I would be irritated by that kind of jump cutting, but it helps set the tone. Yeah, the switch to the ship, just pong. Talk, clock ticking. Some music going on in the background. I don't remember the name of the ship. Does anyone remember the name of Gerard's ship? Yeah, lots of opulence. Is it the Alexander? It is the Alexander. It also kind of helps establish the scene. There's these two people we don't know, but they're just talking about unleashing the Zerg upon humanity. And they're clearly detached and in a way that you can tell, okay, yeah, obviously they're villains. Okay, cool, they're villains. Got it. And Gerard's last name is Butler for some reason. So, that was Stukov. That was Stukov and Admiral de Gaulle. Yeah, you notice both of them also recognize that there's something going on. So there's a little bit of hints of them being something other than cartoony villains. But they're still clearly villains. The guy just has another cigar ready to go after losing his first one. They also have a familiarity with each other, which will be thrown away in the cutscene. Anyways. Pluses, moving on. Oh, wow. Just looking at the new graphics here. I haven't seen these yet. What did that say? Oh, it didn't say. Yeah, okay, whatever. It says outfits. That's right, whatever. So. The nefarious Zerg Overmind has been destroyed, and the Protoss homeworld of Ire now lies in smoking ruin. As the executor of the remaining Protoss forces, you must now attempt to reunite your beleaguered people and save them from the ravenous Zerg, who still roam mindlessly across the blackened fields of Ire. Yeah, we won! Yeah, now we're Selendis, pretty sure.
Greetings, Executor. Though we all grieve for the loss of mighty Tassadar, we must find the resolve to carry on. He sacrificed himself to destroy the Overmind, but many Zerg still rage across our ruined homeworld. Without the Conclave to lead us, or the protection of our great fleets, it seems we must fend for ourselves.
Aldaris is correct, Executor. As we have both seen, the Zerg will not halt their rampage until every last one of us is dead. I suggest that we retreat to our last functional warp gate and travel to where the Zerg cannot follow us.
With all due respect, Zeratul, the Protoss do not run from their enemies. Ire is our homeworld. It is here that we shall make our stand.
Just as your Conclave did. They are dead now, Aldaris. Dead because they allowed their pride to blind their reason. Only if we learn from their mistakes can we live to avenge them. Now, Executor, I know of a place where we can find solace. It is Shakuras, the secret homeworld of my people, the Dark Templar.
Your people? We would be seen as tyrants to them. Why would they shelter us?
Have I not pledged myself to your cause? Not all beings are as unforgiving as your lamented Conclave, Aldaris.
You are right, of course. Executor, Zeratul shall find us passage to the Warp Gate. After the gate has been secured, Phoenix and the new Praetor Artanis shall lead our surviving brethren to Shakuras.
Executor, I am Artanis. Though I have only recently been appointed Praetor, you can trust that I will uphold the honor and traditions of the Templar.
We shall see.
Hey, boys. Mind if we tag along? I figure heading anywhere has got to be better than staying here with the Zerg.
Commander Reno, as ever, your assistance is appreciated. We would be honored if you joined us.
So a couple of things really quickly, back to back here. First of all, it's made very clear that, despite the fact that we killed the Overmind, Aiur is a lost planet. They don't say it outright, but they don't need to. Aiur, we actually see Aiur in Starcraft 2. It's a Zerg planet now. Remember, we talked about this. The Zerg without control, without a guiding force, just kind of exist, and they are very, very violent towards pretty much anything other than themselves, and not even always then. So the Swarm is just kind of doing what it's supposed to do naturally, which is spread, and they're just kind of killing everything in sight. Yeah, Air's lost, which is just kind of messed up to think about, and the consequences of this are huge for the Protoss, and will basically never stop being a consequence for the Protoss. They have lost their homeworld. They don't have a lot of planets under their purview. Yeah, no, exactly. They don't have a lot of numbers. They don't have a lot of resources. They don't have a lot of infrastructure. So that sucks. So that's problem number one. The second thing, and they say it twice just to make, well, actually they say it 3 times, just to make sure it's clear. The Conclave is dead. They never say the specifics of what happened, but the Conclave is gone. First of all, yes! But second of all, it does help to emphasize something that kind of happened off camera. You get the impression, I think this is just me, that while we were, like, shoving the spear, the point of the spear to the Overmind to take out the head from the host, the rest of Aiur was burning behind us, right? And so you get the impression the Conclave did make a big, oh, we got this. We will make our last stand. And they did. They made their last stand. But also, as a further addendum, we see Aldaris. Now, Zeratul is pretty cool. Artanis is who we used to be. Raynor is cool as always. But Aldaris has chilled out considerably. And what I like most about it is his personality hasn't really changed if you pay attention to it. The way Paul Edding plays the character isn't any different. The only thing different is that, well, the situation has changed, and to the man's credit, he has changed with it. I know that feels like I'm praising someone for just not being as terrible as they could be, but that's exactly what I'm saying. Most of the time, in real life, but also in fiction, someone who believes X, who is a mouthpiece or a zealot or whatever, will just keep going that way, even when the situation changes around them. Aldaris, chkunk, oh, I was wrong. Crap. In fact, this is pure headcanon. But I've often theorized that one of the reasons that Aldaris lived when the Conclave died was Aldaris saw the writing on the wall and got the hell out of wherever the Conclave was. And so while they got overrun, he survived and tried to link up with our group here. Like, I could picture the scenario there, right? We're charging through, getting to the Overmind. Gantrathor smashes in. Aldaris comes in with his survivors, the people who came with him, the refugees from the Conclave. And there's a roiling tide coming behind him, right? And so Aldaris gets here, links up with the group, and it's like, all right, we got to go. That's the way I picture this scenario. Anyways. It just makes Aldaris... It doesn't make Aldaris a better person, but it makes him a more interesting character. My opinion. So... let's do this.
It will be done. I do.
Okay, so let's get this out of the way immediately. The missions of Brood War are more cinematic than the missions of Vanilla. I don't have a better way to say that, but essentially they just use triggers better for a visual, for a narrative perspective. So there's a least decent amount of possibility that we will start giving out story positives per mission, which we didn't really do in Vanilla. Speaking of which, plus to story. I really do feel like the Oh, listen to the music. We got new music now that we're in Brood War 2. I really feel like this mission does a really good job with the severe limitations of an old engine and a limited video game in the 98 or 99 or whatever the hell this came out. To do a good job of getting across the idea of just how blasted and ruined Ire is in the wake of everything.
So be
We
it.
see Zerg units just roaming all over the place. There's Nidus canals, which are just spawning units, by the way. There's just triggers on those.
So be it.
There's creep colonies all over the place. And ruined Protoss buildings in the creep, which we can look at.
Will be done.
And by sheer virtue that Protoss building is in the creep and without a pylon, we can tell two things immediately. This used to have a pylon, and it used to not be surrounded by creep.
I do this for Ire. Entaro Adun.
Again, there's a lot of visual storytelling we're going to give for Brood War. I'm really looking forward to that. And on the story axis, I know, weird. We'll see how well it holds up on the gameplay axis.
It will be done.
This is going to be true in Starcraft 2 as well.
Do this for Ire.
Oh yeah, let's not even talk about the civilian protests, which are a concept.
Do this for Ire.
We approach a Protoss building and it just explodes. It just explodes. I know, Blade Chaval. I know.
It will be done.
It is shocking.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
We'll talk about the Aldaris thing later.
Entaro Adun.
I don't want to get too much into that yet.
I do this for Ire.
I do think Brood War is going to start getting some story negatives. But let's not get too much into that yet.
Time to waste. We must join our brethren in battle.
Honestly, yeah, Karax probably is what the Protoss equivalent of a civilian is by this point. We want to save as many of these units as possible. That's why we're failing at that task. Oh yeah, this is a no-build mission. You'll notice it doesn't completely suck. Alright, I shouldn't overpraise, but god dang it. Focus fire a little bit. No, Brood War's good.
You address me.
Is that silly to say? I do not, I'm afraid, Saruru.
I do
Sarura,
this for
excuse me.
Ire. Entaro Adun. I do this for Ire. You address me.
I
do this.
every writer has the exact same problem. We have our favorites amongst our own characters. We all have this problem. Every single one of us do. And so we have a tendency to favor those characters in our story. It's something that good writers will fight against and bad writers will descend into, for lack of a better way to put that.
It will be done.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What are you doing? I don't want to go too much into any specifics, but Ahsoka, right? I know what you're thinking, but Ahsoka's a good character. Yeah, but that doesn't diminish the problem.
Address me.
The fixation with the character to the detriment of the overall narrative.
So be it.
Push a little bit here. Yeah, there's just random Zerg flying around. Yeah, this place, we are overrun. You notice they very carefully... They very carefully crafted this. It's kind of an extended cutscene, this mission, but it works. Because they could have done anything with the terrain to sell this scene, but they specifically used the cliffs. You notice we're going through like this extended cliff sequence, because that means they could do more with what's off camera of those cliffs. And they could have units just kind of fly in and out of the view, right? Because they know where your camera's going to be. It's going to be right here. It's actually quite clever when you think about it, using the limitations of the engine in order to sell the scene better.
So be it. Entaro Adun.
But anyways, I'm getting off topic. So,
I do this for
favorite characters, right? I should probably be saving, actually.
So be it.
When a character is a little bit too favored, then it tends to grate against the audience, especially if they're not a favorite of theirs as well. Back off, back off, back off.
Your orders,
You know?
It is good to see more of our brethren on the battlefield.
Real talk, I think I agree with you, Luke. I think this stupid mission from, what is this, 1998?
Entaro Adun.
In an RTS, with graphics that looked like... Hang on. With graphics that looked like this, I legitimately believe that this mission does a better job of the escape from Earth from Mass Effect 3 than Mass Effect 3 does. I mean that. That's not me just memeing. God, that is night and day when I really look at that side by side like that. Look at that. Then again, I hate Mass Effect 3's intro, as I can now conclusively say, because I've reviewed it. But yeah, Kerrigan... Yeah, Kerrigan's the Ahsoka of this franchise. She's a favorite of the writers, and that's a problem, because they lean into that too much, and so Kerrigan wins a little bit too much and is just a little bit too good. What's weird is, I like Kerrigan as a character. I even don't mind the twist later, which I will not share now, don't spoil. It's just, it's obvious they lean too hard. That's the problem. There's nothing wrong with having a character that manages to win or do better or whatever, because that's normal, right? I mean, nobody really complains when Luke manages to bypass this super amazing trap which was set for him by sliding down the edge of a windshield and then getting away. Oh my god, I did not realize that was a hotkey. Thank you for telling me that, Zeros. But, yeah, moving on. Absolutely, Luke, absolutely. This is a lost war. We are survivors. We are refugees. That is exactly the point. You know my favorite subtle bit about this episode? They give us all kind of Zerg units and buildings to destroy on the path, and it doesn't do anything. And we know it doesn't do anything. We accomplish nothing here. And it just kind of helps sell that scene, right?
It will be done.
It helps sell the fact that, no, we're on the back foot hard.
It will be done.
Adun, Zeratul. This is all that remains of our forces in this province. We have found the location of the warp gate, but there is a sizable Zerg force blocking the way.
So we gotta get down here. There's hell in between us.
Your orders, Templar.
Is complete.
Actually, yeah, on the fly swap like that is the kind of thing we usually give a plus for. We gave it for Halo 2, so we're gonna give it for this too. Let's put that under, yeah, that's a graphics thing. Maybe going to mention it's F5 specifically, so that anybody reading the review in the future can see that that's a thing. Okay.
We need focus.
So, this should be fun.
Annihilate.
We did, Papanix, pretty sure. We also kind of gave both games the opportunity for essentially doubling up on story positives for Brickwork. I don't think this game's going to get that because, honestly, I don't think the original game really deserves any more than, like, a single brickwork positive for the entire game. The new one, we'll talk about it. But yeah, no, absolutely, Luke. This was a route, and now it's a retreat. One of the Archons was given, one of them was a choice of mine. And I do absolutely think that that's telling. Not only do they give the player the option, since we should know what Archons are by this point, but also they were already turning into Archons because of course they were. I mean, once again, I point to the Starcraft 2 Legacy of the Void trailer for a good example of why. I did a full analysis on that trailer. Like a 10-minute analysis of that friggin' trailer. God, that's such a good trailer. Blizzard Cinematic Team. Anyways. Okay, we got stuff coming up from behind. Stuff spawning from the holes. Did you even notice those were holes? Yeah, there's triggers on those spawning units. Nothing... We'll talk about every unit's... Oh, Jesus. And they're dead. Every unit's variances in Brood War a little bit later. This is still a no-build mission and a setting the tone mission. And we have a couple of new units, too. We got to talk about Corsairs and Dark Archons and Medics. And, Valkyries, I think? I don't know. Whatever. There's a few. There's a few. Lurkers. Lurkers are great. Lurkers are such a hole filler when it comes to
Templar.
game.
It will be done.
Unit design.
Executor, I have located the warp gate. We must hurry and evacuate the colonized survivors before the Zerg return.
Oh yeah, we'll actually be able to make Dark Templars finally. And here comes some Zerg. A lot of Zerg.
Just worry about getting your people through the gate, Executor. Phoenix and I will hang back and protect our flank until everyone is through.
I don't know, you're in a Vulture and he's a Dragoon. You're not very good against Lings. So, yeah. Plus to story, obvious. And honestly, plus to gameplay, it's a good setup. And it's got good it's probably one of the better no-build missions, honestly, so... It is. Blizzard tends to repeat themselves in terms of design a lot. I just kind of don't mind, if that makes any sense. You know me. New things are nice, but what I really care is, do you do it well? I mean, people smarter than me, who have more time than me, have sat down and figured out how many missions across Warcraft 2, Starcraft, Warcraft 3, and their expansions are pretty much the same mission design, just tinkered around a little bit. Love that shot. Welcome to Shakuras.
Entaro Tassadar, Executor. The survivors from Ire have made it safely through the gate. Yet, amidst the chaos of our retreat, we lost contact with Phoenix and Raynor. I fear that they may have been overrun by the Zerg.
Fear not, Artemis. Phoenix is as stalwart a warrior as I have ever known. And the Terran Raynor has proven himself to be highly resourceful in the past. I for one believe that they made it here safely. But while we wait for word from them, we must reconnoiter the surrounding area and find a suitable location for a more permanent settlement. Once we're situated, we can begin to search for the Dark Templar.
Notice how each of these briefings has been pretty short and sweet, and yet establishes a fairly large amount in a fairly short period of time. They're definitely getting some efficiency with the cutscenes here. Hi, Huthor. Oh, nice. I do love me some Russell Brower. Let's have. I'm not even sure where I first heard him. Who did Warcraft 2's music? I mean, I guess who did Warcraft 1's music is the real question here. Yeah, no, they've already made him a legend. It kind of makes sense. Tassadar did a lot in a very short period of time. He was a hero. Also, he is dead. And I hate to really say that. I'd agree with that, Theodorus. I hate to really lean into that. Because I guess I'm just impressed that they let people stay dead. I know that sounds so pathetic to put it that way. But it's true, as we mentioned earlier, and as we had that whole discussion about with regards to the MCU and bringing back Iron Man. I'm really impressed that Starcraft pretty consistently leaves dead people dead. It's nice. It means those deaths have impact. Look, all I'm saying, Mr. Red... Alright, Mr. Red's dead. He's not staying dead, though, because this is the MCU, and he just gets through. You know what? Yeah, I should just use somehow Palpatine has returned, because that's barely a spoiler at that point. But anyways, so... we have 4 zealots and 4 probes. Yay!
House. What now calls? Thus I serve. House.
Hey Huthor, what's a pre-Shadowlands raid that Mr. Red should run just for fun? Solo, obviously.
Executor, there are Zerg on Shakuras.
Great.
Must have taken control of the warp gate on Ire.
Great. That's wonderful. Throne? Throne's a good pick. Actually ran it. So I mentioned I've been doing a lore run for Star Trek. Oh, by the way, much better resource layout. Did you notice that? Did you notice that? Actually, like a kind of a crescent thing for the minerals. Siege. Wait, really, Uthor? That's interesting.
I long for combat.
The words. The Zerg have gotten here. I don't want to spoil too much, but let's just say the Zerg being on Shakuros is going to be an escalating problem that the Protoss are absolutely not capable of dealing with. And that's pretty much going to be our dominant theme for the Protoss. We have lost, and we're going to spend the entire Brood War Protoss campaign on the back foot. No, the entire campaign. I like that, personally. Call me a weirdo. But I love the fact that we're just barely surviving across all of these missions. In fact, I'm going to write that down. Yeah, it's very much an underdog campaign. How many of you have done Vashir in World of Warcraft? It was one of the Cataclysm zones. For those of you not aware, Vashir is actually one of my favorite zones in the game, narratively. And I won't spoil specifics, but yeah, again, always on the back foot. Never given a chance to consolidate, never given a chance to get their breath back. Just, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. And the whole, every time we manage anything successful, we find out something else has gone wrong. And I love that, unironically. I think it's a great campaign. It's one of my favorite MSQs, regional stories, in all of WoW, honestly.
Aduntorida Seratul. Glad I am to see that you've returned home after these many decades. But the strange guests that have followed you here seem ill-tempered.
Well met, my brother. Indeed, these creatures known as the Zerg have no regard for the sanctity of life. Once we have secured this area, I shall tell you everything I know about them in council.
I am sure the Matriarch will be eager to hear your tale as well.
I'm sorry, I need to pause for a second.
We have received a transmission from Raynor and Phoenix. They are still alive and are fighting to retake the warp gate on Ire.
Additional
We
pylons.
must secure the gate on this side without delay.
Now I'll be right back. Also, and Taurus is a raid I like, just saying. But then again, I actually really like the idea of the Burning Legion having spaceships. Alright, so. Dark Templar. 40 shields, 80 health. Zealots, 60 shields, 100 health. Good night, Nutzero. So, you can tell immediately, which one's tankier. Dark Templar, of course, are permanently cloaked, move slower, and attack slower. They have the same armor, but a Protoss hits for 16. A Dark Templar hits for 40. So, yeah. We'll talk a little bit more about those in a minute. We gotta do some setup here. We got a basic build mission here. Yeah, Zealots also hit, like I said, fairly strong, fairly faster. Dark Templars are not better than Zealots. They're simply not much of a DPS setup. And nor should they be. Yep, we had a no build. Oh, now we have a basic build. Hey, Valerian. Welcome home. Right. Also, notice that the brickwork is already better designed, by the way, on the new tile set. Oh, you probably also didn't notice it, but you notice how they used the tiles and the triggers better for a cutscene? They knew we were going to come here, they knew we were going to plop down a nexus, and they knew we were going to take a moment to try and get bearings. As soon as we have done so, several painted spots around here spawn a Hydralisk, and then almost immediately after spawn a Dark Templar to help save us from the Hydralisks. Little stuff like that. There's going to be a lot more in-engine cutscenes. Or in gameplay, excuse me. In gameplay cutscenes in Brood War. Which I'm hugely in favor of. I know there's a bit of a debate about in-gameplay cutscenes and the validity thereof. I don't know. I get it. But I think I just kind of prefer them. My opinion. I don't really have anything more deep or significant to say to that other than I just kind of like them. That's true. Both campaigns have a very, very different vibe to them. I mean, you can literally... I don't know. Even as a kid, as a teenager, I could literally feel the difference between the two in terms of events and tone and, frankly, polish. Now, we'll see how well it holds up in terms of actual gameplay, but, you know, we'll get there. We'll get there. Well, random animals are essentially doodads, but now there's more of them, and there's even flyers, which are very useful on the Zerg. That's not actually a joke. Sounds like a joke, isn't one. You know, Huthor, my greatest fear is you're going to be there during the BC review, and you'll hate every minute of it because I sincerely doubt BC is going to review particularly well. Like, I legitimately think when we tally up the bronze numbers for each expansion that BC will be at the bottom of that list. I mean, Legion's gonna crush, we know that. That's whatever. Oh, we can build a lot of stuff right off the bat, can't we?
Very well. Yes.
What's funny about BC is they tried to do cross-zone interconnected stories. Most people I know haven't even noticed that they exist. Like, how many of you caught on to the Pathelian story arc? How many of you even know what that story arc is right now? Without me explaining it. No judgment. Just curious. No, that's the Illidan thing, Bergman. Athelion the Calculator, believe it or not, has a recurring element in the Burning Crusade storyline. It's supposed to dovetail into the Kael'thas storyline. It, of course, does not. But it was a plot thread that showed up 3.5 times, I would say, depending how you define that. one of the main impetuses behind the Monoforges was Bethelion, and he was the one who decided to seek vengeance on the Druids for their efforts during the events of Hellfire Peninsula. So he invented the Monobomb, thanks for that. And then, of course, there's his efforts during Hellfire Peninsula, where we first encounter him, where he tends to get pissy at the Druids. It's a pretty cohesive arc, and it even has consequences down the line, but, I mean, again, how many of you even caught on to that thread? Thank you, Monobrent. As always. If you give me a moment, I'll write that down for some stuff. Yeah, the Cenarian... Up.
Very well.
Anyways. I've completely lost my train of thought now. Right, I was writing down for Monobrent. That's what was happening. Summoner 2, Kingdom Hearts block, Bug Snacks. Done. Who? Ghost Rider? Wrath has 3 stories, 3 MSQs. Which is why doing the Lorecraft plug for Wrath was such a challenge. I kind of had to do, Jesus Christ. I had to do things a little bit differently than normal and not do them zone by zone because the stories just crossed zones so much that it was hard to do it any other way. I just want to see some things here. I would say yes. I could believe that easily, Logue. Blues, Oldies, and Dead Boy. Yep, those are the 3, Magister. And all 3 of them start in in both starter zones. Oh, Bethelion the Calculator. Yeah.
Upgrade complete. I'm waiting.
Anybody familiar with Dustwalla Marsh would understand why the Monobomb would have impact later on after BC. I'm kind of just seeing what we have access to. Looks like we have access to a decent amount of our units. Although, of course, we don't have carriers, so that's great.
I'm waiting.
Oh yeah, we should do the pissed sounds for Dark Templars.
I'm waiting. Your taunts are ill-advised, Templar. Do not provoke me to violence. You can no more evade my wrath than you could your own shadow. Yes.
Oh, you heard him.
I'm waiting.
Dark Templar cost 125 minerals and 100 gas. So yeah, Dark Templar, I don't like using them all that much, but they are really good assassin/harassment units if you manage to use them properly. The problem is, if you're fighting any Terran unit, or any Terran enemy, they will be able to instantly and perfectly scan wherever you are the moment you attack them with a Dark Templar, so that's not super useful. And most players will be able to pick up on that as well, because as I've mentioned before, Cloak just isn't all that big of a deal in Starcraft 1. A little bit too avoidable.
My life for ire.
But yeah, no, the Protoss are in a bad way. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, they're still... They're a fallen empire. I don't have a better way to say that. Just because there are other up-and-coming races which can and will challenge them doesn't mean they're not capable of operating. It just means they're not in a position of dominance anymore. I feel I'm going to get carriers for a while, actually. If memory is correct.
So be it. Adun Toridas.
Upgrade complete.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I was going to show that off when we get to playing as the Zoig. The Zoig! That's what they're called now.
So be it. Very well. So be it. I'm waiting. Yes. Very well. For iron.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
I'm waiting. Nema. For iron. Very well.
Silly me, I thought those would be finished before the counterattack came.
So be it.
Take two.
Very well. So be it. Sculio. Yes. Very well.
There's plenty of detectors all over the place. But also they're not really stacking up on defensive units, so a dedicated and focused group can push through. Which is obviously by design.
I'm waiting.
I'm waiting. Okay, so...
I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Very well.
My life for ire.
Yes. Nera Sculio. Very well. Nema.
I don't know. Well, how much, Uther? No, I know I'm the weirdo here, but I've always kind of liked the idea that the Zerg are such a threat when they're not being controlled. Because...
The warriors have engaged the enemy.
I'm trying to explain this. In this exact case, it makes sense to me that the swarm is more of a threat when it's not under control, when it's just a feral swarm that's doing its own thing without any real guidance or mission objectives or anything. Considering what the swarm are, how they were built, you know, what their purpose was, it makes a lot of sense that, you know, ravenous Zerg are actually worse than controlled Zerg, because controlled Zerg are usually there for a specific purpose. No, it does. It makes more sense than the Scourge, which do the same thing for the completely different reason. So they're just here, and within what is effectively minutes, they're already starting to encrust themselves on the surface of Shakuros. That's like,
Very well.
I'm with that. And once again, it continues to continue the atmosphere. That's a good word. Let's put that under atmosphere. Main story quest, Ghost Rider. It's the central plot of a given work. What I usually define it as is the intended mandatory content when it comes to video game design. Yeah, the term comes from Final Fantasy XIV, but again, the acronym just stands for Main Story Quest. Back in,
I'm waiting.
the term actually originally comes from Lotro, where it was called Book Quests. But it's the same concept. It's an old concept. It's everything other than what the developers intended to be optional. That's a tough question. Are we assuming they're good games regardless, Uthor? Like, just equally good? I'll ask that question to the crowd, too. What would you rather have? Warcraft 4 or Starcraft 3? I'm more torn on this than I thought I would be. Because I really like Azeroth. Whoop, 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 back up, back up. It's my favorite setting ever. Across all of fiction. It would more likely continue WoW rather than ignore it. If I were to guess on the matter.
Very well. So be it. Very well.
There's no sign of Phoenix or Raynor. They must still be on Ire.
For Ire.
Damn it, Artanis. Can you have both? No. You cannot have good things.
Yes. My life for Ire! My life for Ire! My life for Ire! My life for Ire!
Thus I serve. Kaokola. Honor guide me. Kaokola. Yes, Isatsu. What man calls, thus I serve.
I'm still chewing on your first question, Huthor, believe it or not. There's a lot of variables there that I'm chewing on. Because, like, Starcraft has the least presence and the least developed setting, so it could use another game just based on that alone. But also, Warcraft has the most setting and the most development, and therefore could do the most with a new game. Warcraft 4 could work alongside WoW, or serve as a bridge into WoW 2. So Starcraft would have to be rebooting the story. Or, rebooting's the wrong word, but you know, it's a new story, right? The story of Starcraft ended, which is good, and something I'm even in favor of. But historically speaking, the overwhelming majority of people, and we talked about this earlier, do not know how to start the story again once the story has reached a conclusionary point. So, you know, the odds of that story actually being worth a damn, that's a little problematic. Yeah, and now what would probably be a good direction to go in. Just pull your classic Heir to the Empire situation. Be like, alright. Now what? And I mean, as I mentioned, there are a few dangling threads in StarCraft. And they could be used to kickstart... It's okay, Master. You can use that to kickstart a new story arc, and I'm fine with that. But again, that's a huge risk. Then there's the fact that Warcraft 4 would almost assuredly be more micro-focused, just because that's the nature of the setting. Small, squad-based tactics. Whereas StarCraft 3 would almost surely be macro-focused, because it's much more about the armies. Even StarCraft 1 is more macro, or was intended to be more macro-focused, and then coincidentally into being micro-focused. But StarCraft 2 is the perfect example of what I'm talking about, because StarCraft 2 is very macro-focused. And if I'm being honest, the final problem for me here, Huthor, is I don't want... Well, let me walk this sentence back a little bit. The first game I would choose to make in either Warcraft or StarCraft is not an RTS. Which I know makes me a weirdo. But it's true. There are other games I would rather see than RTSs in Warcraft and StarCraft. Let's pull them out here, I think. So in both cases, it's something that kind of makes me go, eh. Well, those other genres sell. Heirs. Yep, we need our StarCraft dating sim. God damn it. I want to date... Let's see, who's the least dateable character in StarCraft? We know the most dateable, that's Alarak. But the least dateable, who's like the most horrific person to date?
Honor guide me.
Edmund Duke. No, we could go worse than that. Abathur. Abathur.
I serve. Make use of me. Lotai. What now, Colossus? Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Hell, it's about time. And the armor just like slowly pulls itself off. I don't know. I don't think we could do like a StarCraft FPS or a third-person shooter. You'd have to focus on the ghosts, right? And that would never sell. That would never work.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy. I long for combat.
You know, it's funny you say that, Mr. Red. I kind of think the opposite at this point in my life. I think... I feel like it's a coincidence. But it is worthy of note that Blizzard started getting noticeably worse in quality the moment they started branching out to making other IPs.
Thus I serve.
Or at least other expressions of those IPs, I suppose.
Honor guide me. My life for ire.
It is a coincidence in the interest of fairness. I mean, Overwatch was a mess. In every level. And a net negative for the industry, for the entire gaming industry. I'm not being facetious with that. I actually think, I have no real evidence of this, but I actually think Titan could have been awesome. Really. And then it wasn't. And then things never got better, pretty much.
Executor, my crew and I will remain here on Ire and shut the gate down on this side. It's the only way to make sure that the Zerg won't send more reinforcements to Shakuras.
You will be hopelessly outnumbered. And once the gate is shut down, there will be no one to save you should you be overrun.
Yeah, well, I'm a man of action. What can I say?
I shall remain with Raynor as well, Executor. My duty is to Ire after all.
Farewell then, brave warriors. We will send through all the troops we can spare.
Thanks. You kids just remember to play nice from now on, okay? Wish us luck.
And so Raynor stays behind on Ire and dies horribly. The end. So, there are several characters I don't care for in Brood War. And I know it's pathetic, but we're about to meet my least favorite character in Brood War.
I am Rashagal, matriarch of the Dark Templar, and I welcome you and your companions to our world. Zeratul has informed me of the fall of Ire, and I am deeply grieved. I am one of the few Dark Templar old enough to remember our ancestral home with clarity. Yet no matter how tragic the circumstances, it is clear that fortune has reunited our people. We Dark Templar will never forget our banishment from Ire, nor the Conclave's sins against us. But you and your companions are no longer of the Conclave. The example set by your fallen hero, Tassadar, has shown you that when the light and dark sides of our energies are united, our power is undeniable.
But Matriarch, the Zerg who have followed us here are unlike any enemy the Protoss have ever known.
And it's Aldaris telling her that.
Truth, Judicator. And yet, there lies a dormant power here that can help us to scour the Zerg from Shakuras forever. Long ago, we Dark Templar were a nomadic people. But when we found a remarkable monument upon this world, we decided to remain here to study it. We discovered that the enormous structure is actually an ancient Zelnaga temple, dedicated to the race that sired us all. The temple is situated above a nexus of powerful cosmic energies. If we were to access those energies...
Then we should strike now, while the Zerg still muster their forces.
Alas, we cannot. In order to properly channel the energies of the temple, we will need the twin crystals, Urash and Callus, that legends say were separated many ages ago. The Urash is laced with pure Templar energies, while the Callus is comprised of dark Templar energy. Only by using these two crystals in unison can we hope to channel the potent energies of the temple.
Then it is clear that we must retrieve these crystals, wherever they may be.
Agreed. But first, we must deal with the Zerg and their two Cerebrates who have already taken up station around the temple itself. To arms, my children. Scour the temple grounds of this foul infestation.
The voice actress for Rashagal is Deborah DeLiso. If you've heard of that name, congratulations. I have not heard of a single other thing she's ever been in. Although apparently last year, a custom campaign came out called UED First Light, which she actually voice acts in. But yeah, no, I don't recognize anything she's ever been in. So I don't know if you caught that. I'm not saying I necessarily blame her, but did you hear how wonderfully judgmental she was in that conversation? Aldaris is actually surprisingly respectful here, and she smacks down on him immediately. She does it subtly, but she does it. Just kind of dismissing him. In fact, if you're paying attention, the only reason she decides to accept the Protoss refugees who are fleeing from the Zerg is because, well, okay, the Conclave's dead. So we'll put the blame on them and we'll wash the board clean. And it's like, okay. To my knowledge, yes, Theodoricus, but I don't believe we know the exact moment where that happened.
Remember, young Templar, Cerebrates can be killed only by Dark Templar weapons and energies. My brethren will make short work of any Cerebrate.
And yes, I did see, what was it, Star Trek Resurgence?
Our sensors show that the Cerebrates are surrounded by spore colonies. We will deploy our Corsairs to compensate for their defenses.
So these are Corsairs.
I stand ready. Let us attack.
Colossus!
Let us attack.
We'll talk more about Corsairs in just a minute. I want to get ahead of the curve here. As I think I've already mentioned, it's pretty easy to fall behind on these missions.
Awaiting instructions.
Oh yeah, Corsairs are kind of like the interceptors that carriers push out, but as an individual unit. They only hit for 5, but they hit very quickly. They're also quite fast, have decent shields, decent armor, and acceptable health. They also have Disruption Web, which you just saw demonstrated. Disruption Web is exactly what it sounds like. You plop it down in a spot, and anything in that spot cannot function. So you put it over a turret, the turret stops working. You put it over a constructing unit, the building stops working, and any units in there can't really do anything while it's happening. I actually deliberately demonstrated that with my Dragoons, if you were paying attention. I moved Dragoons under it, along with the Zergling that came down. And both of us just stood there like, because we couldn't move anymore. Because we were under the Disruption Web. Now, Disruption Webs are another one of those I don't like it abilities. I will say, if we could tab cast in this game, I would probably like Disruption Web a lot better. Because there's so much you could do with that. That's the Dragoons. I couldn't even tell they weren't moving. Okay, so... I believe we can already get carriers. I could be wrong. We might only be at Corsairs, but I do want to show off Corsairs anyways. Okay. Let's do... this. Already falling behind.
Let us attack. Oh, at last.
Oh, this will look cool. Here, I'll give you their fist butts. No, I never did answer. Warcraft 4. Final answer.
Yes.
I should mention there's some provisos there, but since I can't judge anything else, since I can't make any other decisions, all I'm going to go is I'm going to gamble on Warcraft 4. Is essentially what that boils down to.
Ready for battle. Adon Doridas. Oh, at last. I thought you'd in my way. Oh, at last.
Oh, yeah, that's another little tidbit, by the way.
I thought you'd in my way.
So, since we know that Cerebrits can operate independent of the Overmind and can kind of do their own thing, there's a little bit of a implied civil war thing going on with the Zerg right now, where the Cerebrits are vying for control of things, which probably explains why so many Cerebrits came here. It's like, oh well, I'm gonna peace out of the battle going on in Iron. I'm gonna grab my own new place with blackjack and hookers, and you get the idea. Yeah, Shakuras doesn't look fun. It's a planet literally bathed in void energies. And all that implies. Okay, the void in Starcraft isn't like the void in Warcraft.
Very well.
No, the blindfolded birdwatcher. They both have the word star in them. So Starcraft has as much to do with Starfield as it has to do with Star Trek, as it has to do with Star Wars. As it has to do with Star Control. As it has to do with Star... Help me out. What are some other Star games? I know there's a lot of Star games. So many Star games. Stargate. There you go. There's another one. Star Citizen. Yeah, there's another one. Star Ocean. Good one. Very misleading game title, too. Here's a sci-fi RPG. Nah, just kidding. It's just a regular RPG.
I stand ready.
You're in space. No, you're not. You're on a planet. I don't want to be in space. Tough. You're on a planet. But, no.
May I be of service?
No planets for you. So, there's a theory, and I mentioned this during my lore run, Loke, that the Cerebrit in Brood War is actually the same Cerebrit from Vanilla, the one that shepherded Kerrigan, or the Queen of Blade, excuse me. That's true. No planet. We're screwed. Yeah, I thought so. So Corsairs are 150 minerals and 100 gas. So, a little more expensive than Mutalisks, but a little bit better at what they do. And of course, that Disruption Web is very, very nice. I'm pretty sure a group of Corsairs will absolutely destroy a group of Mutalisks. Yeah, Loke? I mean, honestly, there's probably a lot of cerebrates lying around all over the place. Chips. Actually, yeah, hypothetically, cerebrates could be killed conventionally. Because it was specifically the Overmind that reincarnated them. Now, having said that, I'm not sure if they actually, if that's a plot hole or if that's good writing. I can't do Pringles. They make me feel sick. I like the flavor of them, but they literally make me feel sick eating them. So this is Corsairs. Any questions?
Ready for battle.
The good news is Corsairs serve the same function Dragoons do. I think they have more fat or something, Mike Romano. I could be wrong, but I do believe that's the problem I have with them. I guess I don't really understand your question, I suppose. Like, there's the ones on Ire who split up between Ire and Shakuras, and then drifted out into the greater galaxy to do whatever the hell they wanted to. Although I guess there really aren't that many cerebrates left in general, and we know that the Queen of Blades hunted down and killed all of them. So there's not that many cerebrates to begin with, so where's the plot hole here exactly? Like, I feel like I'm missing it. I'm not saying there isn't one. This is a Blizzard game. There's plot holes everywhere. But I'm missing this specific one.
Ready for battle.
Retrospectives on video games on their anniversaries. No. Anniversaries suck. I spit on them. Doing. But more to the point, I don't really do retrospectives in general, so it's just not something I do. So, like, if I somehow magically had infinite time, sure, that'd be neat. I do not, so I do not.
So be it. Ready for battle.
Those. What would have killed the cerebrates on Ire exactly? Well, we only killed 2 on our way to the Overmind.
It is a good day to die.
And to my memory, there's only 5? I want to say other cerebrates total. So not exactly a big number.
May I be of service?
That's right, Psalm's anniversary is soon, isn't it? Not that I could do a retrospective on that game, although I've never reviewed it.
It is a good day to die. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. So be it.
I mean, I actually think Antorus has the best mythic fight I've ever seen. I'm probably wrong about that, and I'm probably stupid, but I still think that. Yes, Huthor, before I tell you. Not a bad guess.
I stand ready. Let us attack.
But no. No, it's the last fight. I could upgrade the Reavers. And then use Reavers. Doesn't that sound like a great idea? Well, obviously I haven't seen Mythic Shadowlands. Or BFA. Or Dragonflight, obviously. I was impressed with the second-to-last fight in the second-to-last raid in Shadowlands. Dodging names here.
We are under attack. Upgrade complete.
For ire. Zedashquina.
I don't even remember the Sludge Fist fight. I've done it, but I don't remember it, like, at all.
My life for ire. My life for ire.
Yeah, I'm weirded out by how easy this has been so far. I remember the Brood War missions as being much meaner than this. Which I suppose is just the sign that I'm about to get my teeth kicked in. Everything's fine, and then I lose the mission. Hypothetically, yes, Logan. Although that presumes that they didn't end up leaving the planet for any reason, and there's actually lots of reasons for them to leave the planet.
Join us. I stand ready.
I mean, even just the basic reason of wanting to form the new Overmind, if you remember, which happens not too far from now. That's why I mentioned specifically 5 Cerebrits. That might actually be, like, all of them. Because there weren't that many to begin with, you know? Interesting mechanic. Oh, man. Yeah, the last Protoss mission is going to be a hold the line thing. No, they didn't say the number. There are 5 that we can point to, Logan. We can actually pinpoint. There's the one here, there's the one in the next mission. There's the 2 that join with Dagoth. Or was it 3? You get my point. Like, you just sit down and you count all the Cerebrits we see on camera, and there you go. That's all of them.
Yes.
What are you doing? You stupid probe. My count's probably off. As always, this isn't a lore run, so I haven't really done my research for this.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. I be of service? Let us attack.
Your
warriors have engaged the enemy.
Ah! Shoot, shoot. I fell into the Corsair trap. I stopped looking at them for 5 seconds and they're like, we're off! Peace!
My life for hire.
Is that the one where you go inside the machine, Suthor?
My life for hire.
Yeah, that one's a good one. I've only ever experienced the LFR version of that, and honestly, that's the only version I ever probably will experience.
Let us attack.
You warned me. I didn't listen. It's my fault.
I'm waiting. Nearby.
So we have to do a landing. Okay, well, that sucks. Do we even have that? I don't see one. Oh, there it is.
Under attack.
What? I have to think about that. A bad raid fight since Kata. I don't know if I can think of such a thing. I can think of bad raid fights earlier than Kata. Does that count? Dragon Souls, we'll review it when we get there, but it was a very problematic raid. And it had its issues, and it had its problems, and just, it was a whole thing. It also came a little bit too out of nowhere. Even though it had 3 dungeons leading up to it. It still was just kind of a, eh? Uh-oh. Well, this is a thing now. Yeah, I really would have to sit and put some thought into figuring out exactly why Dragon Soul is a bad raid. Like, the specifics of why. Which we will do when we review it. But it is a bad raid. It's just... Leona, give them hell. Actually, I do really like the, I guess that's the... God, what's his freaking name? Random Tauren guy who has nothing to do with anything. Fight.
My life for hire.
Narratively, he has no reason to even exist. But it is an interesting fight, like, on the gameplay axis, right? Having to defend the ship is probably one of the more interesting mechanics they've come up with. Having to take the hits yourself to diminish the damage being done to the ship. You know, stuff like that. That was cool. Yeah, that was cool.
My life for hire.
War Master Blackhorn. Yeah, I don't know the damn guy's name. He's a total nothing burger, narratively. He's a random dude. Nothing to do with anything. We talked about this when we were reviewing the Final Fantasy series. A lot of RPGs have this weird desire to just kind of have a boss. There's no real reason why that boss is a boss, they're just there. You know? This continues even at FF14, where some of the raids are just, there's a boss. It's like, oh, cool, a boss. A lot of RPGs have this. In Breath of Fire 3, there's a scene where it's like, hey, we're wandering on the beach. And, like, some octopus shows up and it's like, Wahaha, I'm here to kill you. And it's like, okay, why?
I thought you'd in my way, bleeding.
Probably nothing, Uthor. The FF6, even FF6 has just occasionally, and here's a boss. Why? Well, because this is a time for a boss. Why do we fight Dullahan again? Well, because we hadn't had a boss for that dungeon. Like, that's the answer to that question.
Ready for battle.
Oh man, if you could build bridges, then we could finally have peace.
Studio. I am needed.
Okay.
House. Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
Wait, oh my god, I forgot zealots take up that much space on shuttles. Oh my god, that's frustrating. Okay, okay, we're gonna work with that. We're gonna work with that.
May I be of service? Upgrade complete. Ready for battle. May I be of service? Adon Doridas.
Empty. Empty, and they're dead. Well, that's a cluster. Back off, please. Like, immediately. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is really bad. Okay. I'll work with this for a minute. Let me go with it. Out of sunken range.
Honor guide me. Gaokola. Thus I serve. Honor guide me. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. I long for combat. House.
God, that's just frustrating.
Isatu Toradun.
Which one, Hudor?
Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Isatu.
Was spine really that bad? That's my answer to you. Raise eyebrow. Let's get the Dragoon while we're here. God, this is a beachhead mission. I do not like these. Especially without proper air support.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Committed now. Go, my minions. There's the temple. Fire a little bit more. Back off a bit. Back off.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy. What now calls? Ready for battle.
Okay. Well, that went well. Oh, I don't like this mission. That actually sounds pretty cool, Uthor. Shockingly enough. Yeah, but it's so irritating to do, Theotoricos. It's like, alright, manually grab 4 zealots, load them on the shuttle, select the shuttle, send it over, unload, pull the shuttle back, reload. It's just, it's such a goddamn hassle.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
I was actually just thinking to myself, do I have any, like, teleport mechanics? But I can't make arbiters yet. And there's no, like, Nidus canals, and there's nothing else. So we're just kind of stuck with nothing here.
We are under attack.
How would I make the Deathwing fight good? God. We can't build arbiters. I just mentioned that. Yeah, we have a hell of a bank too. It's making me sad. Me. You know me. I mean, we could have gone full vehicle with it, Uthor. Pull a Flame Leviathan or a Malygos or something, right? Lean into that concept a little bit.
I long for combat. Thus I serve.
So I disagree with you, Uthor, which I know is the most shocking thing you've heard today. But I'm curious why you think that's a bad idea. Yeah, Protoss probably don't have a sense of smell. Oh, you mean they actually smell bad? My bad, my bad. It's this brand new thing, Mike. Come on, I'm trying it out. It's called contrarianism. So, I'm curious why you think gear doesn't have to be involved in a vehicle section. In World of Warcraft, they have the ability to extrapolate stats based on your existing gear. For vehicles? There, it said that. So, it would be a relatively easy feat to, for example, make a tank vehicle, which has more armor or health or whatever based on your item level. And then you could make a artillery vehicle, an interceptor vehicle, more speed. You can make there be like an actual honest-to-God airship, maybe faster attack rate based on it. There's all kinds of stuff you can do with that. I haven't even heard about them, Faithless Zealot. What are they? I don't really pay that much attention to Classic, I'm not gonna lie. I just want to torture it. That's all I'm after here. I just hate that particular Cerebrid. That wasn't on purpose, to be completely honest. That was just intended to be a defensive line for getting my zealots over here.
Honor guide me.
Damn it, what we're saying there. Interesting. I'm not sure I've ever seen a branching development path for an MMO before. I know it's been posited a few times, like for EverQuest. I don't know. At this point, it's actually hard to predict what the hell Blizzard's going to do, now that Microsoft is part of the equation. They could go all kinds of directions at this point. And I have no idea. The only thing I can predict with a high certainty is that Microsoft will, or excuse me, that WoW will come out on the Game Pass, and probably soon. If that doesn't happen, I'll eat my hat. I'll go buy a hat to eat. But that's easy money, right? That's a joke. Actually, WoW already has controller support, so it's not really all that out of bounds to begin with. And FF14 is already on the PlayStation. So, once again, we have proof of concepts there. Oh man, fruit hats. I do love me some fruit. Need more fruit in my life. I guess I just don't agree with you, Thor, but then again, I suppose I'm primarily thinking of the fact that there's no other option there, really. You've created something that's the size of a I don't even know what, of a small town as your final boss. What exactly are we supposed to do about that? Even with the final boss of the Antorus raid, they specifically shrunk it down because it was a representative of the creature's soul, rather than fighting the thing itself.
Well done, mighty Protoss. I'm glad to see that you all are as violent as ever.
Kerrigan, what mockery is this?
Relax, warriors. Despite what you may think, I haven't come here to fight you.
This is laughable. Do you truly expect us to believe that your intentions here are honorable? That these Zerg here are not under your sway?
Look, the Cerebrits you've killed were my enemies as well. If you let me explain, I'm sure you'll understand that—
You are the enemy of all who live, Kerrigan. What makes you think we would have anything to do with you?
Because, Zeratul, I bring news of an event that threatens us all. If you'd be so good as to escort me back to your citadel, I'll tell you everything I know.
Very well, Kerrigan. We shall hear what you have to say. But be warned, we will not suffer your treachery here.
Shut up, Rashigal. So, Ghost Rider, type /console space gamepad enable, one word, and then 1, and then controller support, just like that.
Now then, Kerrigan. Perhaps you had best explain yourself. What is this news you've come to give?
There is a new Overmind growing on Char.
What? Impossible. Why should we believe anything you have to say?
Because, Zeratul, I'm no longer the mindless murderess whom you fought on Char. The Overmind is dead. Whatever warped control it once had over me is gone. I know that this is a lot to take in all at once, but you've got to believe me. There's more at stake
She
here than
lies. She is infested to the core. I, for one, will not listen to any of this.
Silence, Judicator. Continue, Kerrigan.
Apparently many of
Aldaris actually leaves, too.
Dagoth have merged into a new overmind. Fortunately, the creature is still in its infant stages. It can't control the swarm yet, but Dagoth and the others still have control over most of the broods. The 2 Cerebrates you killed here were part of Dagoth's forces. Look, I don't need to tell you all what might happen if that thing reaches maturity. I can guarantee you that should it awaken, it'll take full control of me, just like it did before. I don't want that to happen, and I'm pretty sure you don't want it to happen either.
Even if what you say is true, our priority is to save this world, not assault the new Overmind. We must find the crystals Urash and Kalis before we are all vanquished.
Then I'll help you with your search. If you can defeat the renegade Zerg gathered here, it'll weaken the efforts of Dagoth and his ilk.
My children, you must put aside your fears and misgivings to accomplish what must be done. For the time being, Kerrigan will assist you in your endeavors. Though she has been your enemy, it is enough that we share the same agenda now. Allow her time enough to prove herself to you, and you may find her to be a valued ally. For now, you must focus on the task at hand. Search for the Urash on the planet Braxis, and let nothing stop you from recovering it.
We will do what you ask, Matriarch. But you cannot expect us to forgive Kerrigan's crimes against our race. Executor, prepare our forces. We shall debark for the planet Braxis before the next moonrise.
So, I'm gonna jot down a negative now while I'm thinking about it. Just super quick. Yeah, cool. So yeah, here's Kerrigan. One little bit, I will give the game credit for this. One thing I do like is that you notice her manner of speech is much more casual. When she was primarily speaking during the Zerg campaign of Vanilla, it was very much like this. I was speaking in such a manner to emphasize the kind of person. But when she's talking here, it's a lot more just normal, everyday kind of a tone. Good voice direction deserves some acknowledgement, and so I will mention that here. So, Ice Map, my personal favorite tile set, by the way. More fun with triggers. I told you, Ghost Rider. Nobody believes me. Oh, like a while ago, honestly. You'll notice it's not really... Oh, hey, we finally saw the pathfinding bug.
Why would your people leave such a sacred crystal in the hands of these Terrans?
We didn't. Long ago, this world was a Protoss colony called Kirador. When the strife between our tribes escalated, this planet and the Urash crystal were abandoned. These Terrans have come here only recently.
Instructions. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Yes, Senator.
What, Aldera's piecing out?
Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Instructions.
makes sense, Theodoricus.
Input command confirmed. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
I will grant you a cutscene positive for the cutscene we just saw, even though it's almost assuredly going to blossom into a negative. So that would be... No, that's my point, Ghost Rider. I guess I didn't finish talking. I'm sorry, I'm trying to like 5 things at once here, and I apologize. They added console and controller support a while ago, but they haven't made it official yet. Probably because they've been in talks with Microsoft for literal years at this point. Like, those kind of deals don't just happen, right? I mean, God's sakes, they only even announced it last June, and it's just now starting to go into effect. So, most likely they were kind of keeping it on the down low and not really making it part of the menu and the interface until they're ready to go loud with that. And then it's like, aha, wrong. It could also just be an oversight. WoW actually has a lot of functionality hidden in console commands that it isn't really advertised, and usually is the kind of stuff that add-ons take advantage of. Thank you, Valerian. I've been having a lot of fun going through Starcraft, I'm not gonna lie. It's been straining me a little bit because Starcraft 1 is a bit rough. But it's been fun. I've been enjoying it. Yes, correct, Sub-Zero. World of Modcraft. That's what I play. I had this problem a little bit with a couple of games we reviewed earlier on. I had to get used... So when we play a game that's 3 hours long, like the whole game, it's actually kind of hard to properly review it because I basically have to put the controller down every few minutes to type up notes on what we just did before I lose my train of thought. Because, you know, very high-density games, right? We actually had that problem with Modern Warfare 1 as well, if you remember. We had to pause, like, every mission, like, okay, hang on, let's talk about that. Give me a second. And as we all know, Modern Warfare 1 is a very anti-war game. Alright, so, let's see here. Yeah, back in.
Executor?
We have a problem.
Our warp matrix was damaged during transit. Because of the extensive damage, we will be unable to warp in stargates to this location.
What is it now?
Great. Protoss with no air support. Wonderful. Modern Warfare 2 was also pretty anti-war. That's the extent of that. That's the line right there. Yeah, I bet, Ghost Rider. But I've been told it's pretty legit, so your statement coincides with my own knowledge on the matter. Like I said, they have, by all accounts, put some thought into it. And, again, it's gonna come out on the Xbox, I guarantee it. The Game Pass, specifically. Microsoft really pushes the Game Pass. Not that I blame them. It is, like it or not, actually a really good idea. Even for us. Even for customers. Because what the Game Pass functionally is rentals. Like, in practical application, it's a rental subscription. Huthor, of course, disagrees with me. The one thing I'm certain about when it comes to WoW, the only thing that I can speak about with certainty, and Huthor's like, nah, you're wrong. Jesus Christ, man. Are you doing it on purpose at this point? I gotta know. I gotta know. I gotta. I mean, we know Huthor is just pure contrarianism, like, bundled into a ball, right? Well, go do it, Uthor. Also, and I hate to point this out again, but Final Fantasy XIV. Also, not to keep making the point, but people play Call of Duty at the professional level on controller. Now, I wouldn't. That sounds like insanity to me. But just because I can't doesn't mean it's not possible, which, of course, lends itself to the inclination that it might actually happen at some point. Hello?
Hi, Stream.
This is my beloved sister.
Hi, Stream.
She's amazing.
You don't have a U up there.
Well, that's because I'm down here.
Oh, that's not the same.
Nope.
This
I know,
looks like
right?
Star. It's the resourcey Star one. It's not Craft.
Oh, there you go. Good job. Good job. Yes, this is Starcraft.
I'm Mr. Red. I think you're more than slightly drunk because you just said I'm slightly drank.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah. So maybe just a little bit more than slightly.
Little
Hi,
bit.
Reaper. Hi, Windlord.
Why here, I think. That's how
Hi,
I pronounce it anyways.
Braidwin.
Oh, I should be setting up defenses.
2 bottles of whiskey? Mr. Red, you need to stop before you give yourself alcohol poisoning.
Yeah, we don't actually want you to die. I know that sounds
2
shocking.
bottles of whiskey is too much.
I mean, 1 sip of whiskey is too much, but...
This one doesn't like alcohol.
Yeah, I don't drink.
Yeah, you should stop. Okay, 2 ciders is fine. 2 bottles of whiskey is different.
Yeah, 2 bottles of whiskey is... Alright, so where's your local hospital?
Well, it depends on how big they are.
Well, that's fair.
Yeah.
I have actually been present for
Do you
someone
have tweezers?
No. For someone who needed their...
Because you have old man ear hairs.
I don't have tweezers at all.
Okay. Well, I'm going to have to go find some.
Okay.
Because you have old man ear
There's
hairs.
not a lot I can do about that, really.
You have old man ear hairs.
My sister is making fun of me. Make her stop.
If it makes you feel better, Lore, my husband gets old man ear hairs and old man eyebrow hairs, and I take care of those too.
That is something that doesn't make me feel better, but thank you for the effort.
At least you're not... I'm not picking on him. And I'm not aging... Do you know how old this man is?
87.
They don't know how old you are, do they?
No.
I didn't think it. This man is older than me, and I'm not young. Plus, I'm his sister. I'm allowed to pick on him. It's like...
It's a rule.
It is... No, it's not a rule. It's a right.
Oh, okay.
Like, I have the right to pick on you. It's written in the brother-sister constitution.
That's true. I actually helped write that myself, so
Yeah.
I would know. Oh, because I need this. That's why. Flavored vodka? Oh, sorry.
I'm the younger sibling, Papa.
Yeah, she
I am
is
younger
slightly
by
than
6
me.
years.
I guess it's slightly.
Not enough minerals.
Anderson?
I have no idea.
Oh, wow. Okay. I was just asking because we're at the beginning of a mission, as you can see by how little of the map we've done. So
Yeah, I have no idea.
I can't set a better example. I've been capable.
Has your brother-in-law talked to you about Minnie Z's birthday gathering tomorrow?
No.
We're going to a park and having dinner. Mom and Opa are coming, as are the in-laws. So, at like 2, if you want to take a slightly extended lunch break, of course you're going to want to drive separate so that you can come back early, but you can at least come and have some lunch and...
Where are you doing it at?
A park. But it's at 2, so like you could take off a little bit early and then come back a little bit late so that you could at least show your face. If you want to, you don't have to, because it is the in-laws and stuff. Okay, favorite.
She rated up till Kata for a bit of perspective.
Well, and I didn't really start rating until Wrath, so I really only have Wrath and Kata to compare to. Like I've done some. My brain just died on the one that comes before Wrath.
BC.
And I've gone. Hold on, I'm doing Sorry, one of my parents is texting me about the field trip. Why they're texting me instead of messaging me through our program that's specifically whatever.
You've done a few raids in BC, but mostly it's
yeah. I've done BC raids, I've done vanilla raids, but not like until they were obsolete, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you didn't really have. Well, okay, you still had to strategize with the BC raids when I first started trying them.
Yeah, we didn't have
but
the scaling
not
tech
like you
back
used
then.
to.
Yeah, I remember having to get a group together and getting 20 people to do TAC 40 because it was the only way. Because it didn't have the scaling thing.
Yeah. And I came in late in Wrath. Like we were pretty close to opening up Lich King when I finally got high enough to be active raiding. So really, honestly, like I am particularly partial to what the hell is that place even called?
The Ice Crown Citadel?
Yes, I am particularly, partial to the Citadel, specifically because like that was my first real raid, and I raided competitively. Mm-hmm. Like I was server firsts with a lot of stuff, on my main, and I raid led alt ones, and then Kata came along, and I was doing the same thing, and so like I don't know that I can say my favorite, like that is my favorite, but there's definitely a nostalgia factor there.
Good answer. I have no idea what mine is. Ask me again after I've reviewed WoW.
Again?
No, for the first time.
Oh, you haven't reviewed it already?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, this will be the very first.
The floor is far away. I dropped one of my earbuds, and the floor is far away.
That is a true statement. No, we have access to so little in this mission.
I mean... really loves Molten Core. You really love Molten Core.
Yep, it's the greatest bad raid. I don't even know how many negatives I'm going to give Molten Core. It's going to be more than 3.
I don't even remember which one Molten Core is.
The first one. The very first one. Big empty cave.
Oh, is that the one with all the... It's the big cave and you just have to run around forever? Mm-hmm. And like things don't connect to each other, so like you run off into this corner and then you got to run all the way back and then you run off into that corner?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've done that a couple of times.
It's the worst raid in the game.
I think I have done that a couple of times specifically because of transmog and achievements. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the only reason.
I'm pretty sure I've dragged you there at least once.
Yes.
I mean, Molten Core was literally built in a week, so it makes sense that it's absolutely terrible. Now, Hyjal doesn't have that excuse. I don't think Hyjal will be worse.
They probably will, Venters. They're very good about that kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree. That is legitimately likely. Especially if they do pull the Game Pass thing, which they're gonna do.
Okay, Mr. Red, even if you weren't actually drinking 2 bottles of whiskey, your spelling and capitalization is all over the place. You still need to stop.
I think that just might be Mr. Red being Mr. Red.
No, normally, like, he's not this all over the place. Like, I've interacted with him enough to recognize that this is slightly more aggravated. You have a muscle right here that's just going...
Yeah, I'm grinding my jaw a little bit.
So stop that.
Not because of you.
I'm going to poke it every time it's doing it. I'm just going to stand here and poke it.
So I gotta, like, consciously not clench my jaw, which is much harder to do than it sounds.
Just put your tongue in between your molars.
Ah, that doesn't help.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Because
Then
the moment I did that, I bit my tongue. The instant you said that, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. Ah! Yeah, no, I am a jaw clencher. I don't really do it on purpose, but I am. I have been since I was very young. Do I need to mute?
No.
Okay.
Upgrade complete. My life for hire.
How long did it take you to type that, Mr. Red? We're already out of Vespine. It's okay, we're leaning heavily on minerals for this one. Yes, you are one drunk, Mr. Red. Congratulations. I will say this, if you have any laundry you want to be cycled through,
Kaz just cycled mine through for me.
Okay.
He may have some, but I'm not, like, he just did mine.
My life for hire. Honor guide me. Esau too.
Yes, Cerebrate?
Good night, Crazy Norse. Have good sleeps.
Good night, Crazy Norse. How did you a doggone sign the permission slip?
That's a good question.
Upgrade complete.
But if you have beer, then you'll have to have the taste of beer in your mouth, Ross.
Okay, so it is in the student, then in student information, then student field trip. Okay.
Of course there's a ghost, like, right there. But this is a mostly undefended base. Should we go knock it over, sis?
What man calls? She house. Upgrade complete.
You know, I've heard rumors that people enjoy the taste of beer. I've never really found
I cannot stand it.
evidence to
My
the.
husband really likes beer. I cannot stand anything with hops. Like, we had Kaz had a cider the other day when we went to the apple orchard, and it was a hoppy cider. It was disgusting. Nope.
By the way, I just wanted you to know that apple seltzer water you got me was insanely good, and I hate you.
The apple cider ginger ale.
Yeah, because that's now gone from my life and will never come back.
Honor guide me.
I tasted something good that I will never have again. Drink warm beer.
Well,
Why?
because then it's just hoppy warm gross.
That's a good point. I do like hoppy warm gross.
What the heck did you just say? Apple cider.
Yeah, the apple, the sparkling water.
Well, it wasn't sparkling water. It was ginger ale.
Whatever. Carbonated liquid. I've heard people argue that good beers exist. I don't know if I believe them.
I have heard lots of people say that there are beers that are good. Yeah, you're right. It looks like there's nothing even remotely close to that on Amazon. Let's see if we just shorten it to apple ginger. Okay, so there's an Italian apple pear ginger soda
Woohoo!
that you can get. Lots of different kinds of ginger ale, sparkling lemonade, sparkling zero sugar Canada Dry ginger ale lemonade. Oh no, that's not sparkling. It said fermented ginger ale. I'm like, alcoholic ginger ale. I believe they just call that ginger beer.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that is its own thing.
Yeah. I'm not seeing anything even like, okay, here's guava rose, peach ginger, manga gold. So they have like flavored, here's ginger, lemon, pineapple, something.
Interesting. Sounds kind of different.
So like they have sparkling, they have flavored ginger, like here's ginger citrus twist in that brand that's carried at Kroger. But I'm not seeing anything even remotely close to that sparkling ginger apple cider.
I accept my fate. Get out of the the pathfinding of this game. Run, you idiots! It's like running a WoW raid. I need you to go over there, huh? Death.
You mean it's like hers with standing in fire?
Yes.
Don't stand in the fire. What? Go walk into the fire? Okay.
No, don't. Okay, that's not.
Well, you're dead now.
The warriors have engaged the enemy.
Would you like not be harassing me while I'm trying to take over your base? I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Hothor, he has not tried soju, and neither have I. And I'm pretty sure neither one of us will like it. I know he won't. I'm pretty sure I won't because, like, my understanding, like, is, like, the closest, like, thing I've encountered to it is moonshine.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's like, yeah, it's like, from what I understand, just, like, liquid fire.
Ugh. Yeah,
Like
I've already had
bathtub-
Everclear.
Like bathtub vodka.
Ugh.
Yeah.
No, thank you. I'm good.
I grew up on country, so Savacom, that I like that song, but not because I like watermelon moonshine. Yes, it is on my bucket list to try as well, Venters. Well, okay. It is on my bucket list to try by itself. I've had moonshine in things before.
For combat.
Really? See, I've heard it's the opposite, Kothor. I've heard it's like liquid fire. I'll have to, next time we're out at a Korean restaurant that has some, I'll have to try it.
You actually have it there?
Yeah, it's Korean. It's a nice. Yeah, you know, Savacom, I totally get that. It definitely, any kind of genre that you're stuck on is yep. I won't even listen to current country at all because current country isn't country anymore. It's just like it's just pop.
What is it instead of country?
It's pop.
Oh, okay.
It's just pop. And like any country that I listen to is like it has to be like mid '90s or
Does it sing about your dog, your truck?
The train.
The train, yeah.
The divorce.
The divorce, yeah. Got to be a divorce in there somewhere.
Yeah. And your mama.
Yep.
I listen to both, Greatwin, and I enjoy both. Ironically, for the same reason that you don't, I just didn't live with my dad.
It's always helpful.
Listening to oldies and countries is like a musical fond memory of my biological father, of which I don't have many. So there's a nostalgia factor that goes along with that. For the same reason, I also very much enjoy classic rock and Christmas songs.
See, that's the one I really disagree with you on. Or I guess disagree is the wrong word.
And not in
I'm not in
concurrence.
Concurrence. There we go. That's a good word.
Sure. You don't like Christmas music.
I worked retail over
I did too,
Christmas.
but again, fond memories with Mom of being in the car and, you know, singing Christmas songs together. Yes, I very much like classic rock.
Define classic rock for me.
No. Somebody else define classic rock for him, because
I mean, just give me a song.
Yeah, no, you said things to me.
Word.
And I don't think you realize how little brain I have left today.
I'm sorry.
Tom Petty running down a dream, they say.
Okay.
Rock from the 60s to the 80s is usually considered classic rock.
Okay. To be honest, I still have nothing in my head for this.
Think Queen,
Okay, I know Queen.
like We Are the Champions.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's the only, like, stuff I can think of.
That's all I got.
Like, I just, all the words are gone. All of them.
Journey? I don't remember Journey. Like, that sounds familiar, but it's not. I can't hear it in my head right now. Can you tell I don't listen to...
He doesn't listen to any music.
music?
He literally, he does not listen to music. He has playlists on his phone, and anytime he's listening to music, it's all his remixes of video game stuff. Like, that's it. That's all he listens to.
I like making my own stuff. What do you want from me?
You don't have that. You have, like, making it. It's nothing to be self-conscious about.
I do get
It's
self-conscious
just,
about that. I probably shouldn't.
Your brain is being dumb.
I mean, I do.
Your brain is being dumb.
But...
My life for...
Yeah, I like... What the hell is technical death metal?
What? That's a genre?
Apparently.
Yeah, AC/DC is classic rock. Journey's classic rock. Yep. Nope. Deep Purple. Yep. Okay. Got. Yep. Look, they've got words.
Words are a thing. Oh.
That is all he listens to. I listen to Japanese death metal too, Bragwin. Japanese death metal is actually the only death metal that I listen to. And I have to be in a very specific mood to listen to it.
That mood is, I must grade these papers right now.
No. Like, I'm currently very limited on what I can listen to on a regular basis because it has to be kid appropriate and it has to be, like, very not going to offend anybody. So, currently, all I really get to listen to is Kids Bop.
Baby Shark.
No, that's not Kids Bop.
I know. I also was going to stop there anyways, because hell with that song.
My life.
Or I suppose hell is that song.
Blade Torval, it's actually not that bad if you get to the point where you are tuning out the lyrics and just, like, listening to the music. Classic rock can be kid appropriate, Mike, but there are a lot of parents who don't want their kids listening to rock because it's devil's music. And given the political climate of the education system at current, it could very well lead to me being fired.
Calls. My life for hire.
Yeah, melody is generally fine, and I'm really good at and it does make me laugh. Like, there was some song that was playing today. Shit, what's the one? It's like fuck. What's it called? It's that one, and it's got the remix of it that you actually will listen to, where they're going through and it's like gonna have a good time, gonna have a good life, or something like that, and
I have very little to go off of here.
yeah, I know, I can't, but I'm just gonna go look. It's gone. I'm just gonna go look. Like, don't worry. Where the fuck is Spotify? Come here, Spotify. Here.
If you're gonna play it, I need to mute.
Spotify. I'm not gonna play it.
Okay.
I'm just gonna look for the title, because I'll recognize it as soon as I see it. Spotify starts with an S.
Yep.
S comes before T.
That's true.
My life for hire.
Jesus. I don't even have air units in this, and they're like, no, there's no air going through here.
I clearly just signed in on the wrong one.
My life for hire.
I guess it's just here to be anti-Dark Templar.
My life for hire.
Google. sign in with this Google. Okay. Log in. We will figure out what the hell my
life for hire. It's all true.
Don't you hate when you're like, I told you to save the password, and you didn't save the password, and now I don't have a freaking clue what
your password is.
What the password is?
Warriors have engaged the enemy.
Actually went into that just a few days ago. How do I feel about the Beatles? The Beatles are the greatest, most amazingest. They're whatever you think they are. I agree with whatever your opinion is.
I enjoy them.
Whatever your opinion is correct.
Who doesn't listen to them is the answer.
No, I have heard the Beatles. I goddamn hate the Beatles.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, I can't. Like, they're a horrible combination of earworm and easy jazz, and I just can't stand jazz, so...
I like them.
I know you do. A lot of people like them. Many, many people like the Beatles. Most people.
Oh my god, this is annoying. Okay.
Beatles.
Let's go to Spotify in Chrome, because it's saved in Chrome. Why it's saved in Chrome, but my Google Pixel is not copying the stupid thing over. I don't know.
Now, I will say, I dislike... obviously, I don't care for the Beatles in general, just as a personal preference. What really bothers me is when people say the Beatles are the best, band ever. For the exact... And they always say it for the exact same reason they say Shakespeare is the best writer ever. And that always just kind of rubs me the wrong way. Did you find it?
The first email that I put it on.
Okay.
It just decided it didn't work on me.
Okay. That's interesting.
I long for combat.
Yeah, exactly, Savicom.
House.
Is this just a kill-all mission? Nope. Actually, it's not. I mean, we are, but it's not. Listen, we all know you have never heard Shakespeare until you've read it in the original Elcor.
Saw too. House.
What the heck is this?
I long for combat.
Yes, I lied. Looking at it did not help me know what it was.
What man calls? Saw too. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. I long for combat. For Hadun.
Alright, here's a random question. How many of you in chat like Screamo? Bonus question. How many of you have ever heard of that genre of music? Okay, the amount of anti-cloak detectors around here is a little bit silly. I get why. It's because Kerrigan can cloak, and they don't want you to, but god dang, Blizzard.
The warriors have engaged the enemy.
For the record, I am not a fan of Screamo. But I mean, also, water is wet.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy. He saw too. I long for combat. My life for ire. House. Kola. We are under attack. My life for ire.
So
Okay, we figured out the song. Or rather, she figured out the song.
yes,
I'm getting
no.
better.
Well, no, I didn't figure out the song. I found the song.
For Adun. What now calls?
I'm looking. Where the heck is your... Okay.
I wonder how many people will watch this at the Vaughn and say, God, why isn't he using Dragoons? Even though I've made very vocal, very repeatedly, how much I despise using Dragoons in this game. Just idle curiosity. As Takoida pointed out earlier today, in fact, Dragoons should be a workhorse unit, aka a unit used all the time for filler stuff. But they suck! Dragoons are made of warps! No! No! Yeah, why isn't he using the horrible pathfinding? All he has to do is carefully micro 15 units individually using macros he's programmed into his mouse. What?
My life for ire.
Did it really, Uthor? Specifically Reach. That's interesting. Oh! Well, it doesn't matter, but I'll say it tomorrow. Did you see that Total Annihilation's getting another sequel? Spiritual successor. Same developers, too. It's called Industrial Annihilation. It was just announced a couple days ago.
What now calls? I long for combat. Honor guide me. For Adun.
That's right, that's how you use Dragoons. You A-move. Right? Oh,
All right. So there is a remix version of that song.
Yeah.
There's a remix version of that song where it says, "I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling all right," and it's the one that I've listened to most recently, not the Eiffel 65 version of it. It says, "I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling all right, baby. I'm gonna have the best fucking time of my life."
Okay.
All right. The Eiffel 65 version is a remix, and the lyrics are like mostly unintelligible.
Yeah.
So when I'm listening to the Kids Bop version, that's the version that has lyrics that I have in my head. And so like I'm sitting here and I'm like listening to it, and you know there's kids in the room and I'm doing stuff, and like I'm just sitting there kind of, and I'm not like, I'm ADD, not paying attention to myself, and I'm singing.
Oh.
And I caught myself trying to say, "Baby, I'ma have the best fucking night of my life," with a child standing right next to me.
I don't see any issues here.
I caught it, but yeah. Nah. Nah.
Oh, jeez, I am dry on resources. I need to win. Let's save. Let's go win. You ready?
Okay, win.
I am.
I actually prefer the 65 version of it because it doesn't make any sense. And it's just fun.
Yeah, no, it's a fun song.
It's just fun.
I'm also a fan of the Move Your Body by Apple 65.
Yes.
Which you introduced me to.
Yes. Which is like using that song, basically. Okay, I'm gonna go upstairs and visit with my daughter.
Wait.
I have daughters. I'm gonna go upstairs and I'm gonna visit with my daughters.
Enjoy some time not spent working.
That is not how you spell my name, Mr. Red.
He's drunk. It's okay.
It's not okay.
It's totally okay. He's drunk 15 bottles of moonshine. We're not sure if he's actually alive anymore.
He's doing a very good job of typing for someone who's dead. That's not how you spell my name, Huthor. That is how you spell my name, Mr. Red.
Okay. I think we have carved a hole. We can actually complete the mission. Jesus.
It's okay, Mr. Red. I'm not worried about it.
Thank you for helping me concentrate, sis.
Really?
Not joking. Yeah, you know me. I work better when I'm multi-threading.
Tasking. That word is tasking.
I like multi-threading better.
Multi-threading is not the word.
But it is.
It's not.
But it kind of is.
No.
It super is.
Yes. Look, I am very ADD Reaper. I saw your question. My brain said, I don't know what Shinedown is right now, and then forgot. So, to answer your question, I will have to go and search up Shinedown on Spotify and listen to whatever it is, whether it's a band or a song, and get back with you. Yes, Junk, and that is absolutely correct, and it is applicable in this if you are ignoring colloquial English. Colloquial English.
Or just colloquialisms, if you prefer.
Mm-hmm.
Also, so Shinedown is Evanescence?
What? Evanescence is Shinedown?
No, that's a joke.
What?
I'm throwing shade.
Oh, but I like Evanescence, and so do you.
Yeah,
it's like the only band that you listen to.
They had one good album. That was the joke.
That
was the joke. They had one good album.
Okay, Devour by Shinedown. Okay. Devour Shinedown.
That's actually a fair point. Most bands manage it once, often their first album, and then something happens.
I'm listening. On my way.
Come on.
All right. Crystal's here, boys. Send in a probe to gather it up, and our work here is done.
That was the right.
You have done well, Kerrigan. There's more to you than it seems. Perhaps I have misjudged you.
Given our history, I can't say I blame you. Let's just get the job done.
Don't acceptable for what? By the way, Mr. Reaper.
I don't even see the word acceptable.
No, the question's like scrolled off the screen now. He had asked me if Shinedown was an acceptable band.
Ew.
And I don't know what he meant by acceptable. You won!
Yeah, I'm debating if this is a good level or not.
Well, you ran out of resources, and so you just had to go win.
I did!
So, does that count for something?
No. See, the problem here is I think this would be a good level in Starcraft 2.
But the mechanics make it hard to do this one.
Yeah, the pathfinding is awful, bloody awful, and the enemy forces are properly well designed. They're very well designed bases, but pushing through this without any kind of air support on this engine is just a hassle, so I don't think I can give this a positive.
Okay.
But for now, I'm going to go and chop off. Thank you all for joining us tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, as usual.
Before you hit no, yes, Shinedown is fine.
Shinedown is fine. Unlike Evanescence.